41 लाख मेट्रिक टन हो गया है। मत्स्य पालन क्षेत्र में निर्यात भी 30,000 करोड़ रुपया से बढ़कर 64,000 करोड़ रुपया तक, यानी दोगुनी से ज्यादा बढ़ा है। देश में पहली बार पशुपालकों और मछुआरों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड का लाभ दिया गया है। पिछले दशकों में प्रति व्यक्ति दूध उपलब्धता 40% बढ़ी है। पशुओं को खुरपका और मुंहपका बीमारियों से बचाने के लिए पहली बार मुफ्त टीकाकरण अभियान चल रहा है। अब तक 4 चरणों में 50 करोड़ से ज़्यादा टीका पशुओं की दिए जा चुके हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, जनकल्याण की ये जितनी भी योजनाएं हैं, ये सिर्फ सुविधाएं भर नहीं है, इसका देश के नागरिकों के पूरे जीवन चक्र पर सकारात्मक असर पड़ रहा है। विभिन्न सरकारी और गैर सरकारी संस्थाओं द्वारा मेरी सरकार की योजनाओं के प्रभावों का अध्ययन किया गया है। इसके परिणाम बहुत ही प्रभावकारी है और गरीबी से लड़ रहे दुनिया के हर देश को प्रेरित कर रहने वाले हैं। बीते वर्षों में विभिन्न संस्थाओं के अध्ययन में सामने आया है कि 11 करोड़ शौचालयों के निर्माण और खुले में शौच बंद होने से अनेक बीमारियों की रोकथाम हुई है। इससे शहरी क्षेत्र के हर गरीब परिवार को इलाज पर प्रति वर्ष 60,000 रुपया तक की बचत हो रही है। पाइप से शुद्ध पेयजल मिलने से भी प्रति वर्ष लाखों बच्चों की जान बच रही है। पीएम आवास योजना पर हुई अध्ययन के अनुसार पक्के घर से परिवार की सामाजिक प्रतिष्ठा और गरिमा बढ़ी है। पक्के घर में बच्चों की पढ़ाई बेहतर हुई है और ड्रॉप आउट की दर में कमी आई है। प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षित मातृत्व अभियान के वजह से आज देश में 100% संस्थागत प्रसव हो रही है। इस वजह से माता मृत्यु दर में भी भारी गिरावट आई है। एक और अध्ययन के अनुसार उज्ज्वला योजना के लाभार्थी परिवार में गरीब बीमारी की घटनाओं में कम आई है। माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरी सरकार मानव केंद्रित विकास पर बल दे रही है। हमारे लिए हर नागरिक की गरिमा सर्वोपरि है। यही सामाजिक न्याय की हमारी अवधारणा है। भारत के संविधान के हर अनुच्छेद का संदेश भी यही है। हमारे यहाँ लंबे समय तक सिर्फ अधिकारों पर चर्चा होती थी। हमने सरकार के कर्तव्यों पर भी बल दिया। इससे नागरिकों में भी कर्तव्य भाव जागा। आज अपने अपने कर्तव्य के पालन से हर अधिकार की गारंटी का भाव जागृत हुआ। मेरी सरकार ने उनकी भी सुध ली है जो अब तक विकास की धारा से दूर रहे हैं। ऐसे हजारों आदिवासी गांव हैं जहां बीते 2 वर्षों में पहली बार बिजली और सड़क पहुंची है। लाखों आदिवासी परिवारों को अब जाकर पाइप से शुद्ध पानी मिलना शुरू हुआ। विशेष अभियान के तहत मेरी सरकार हजारों आदिवासी बहुल गांव में 4G इंटरनेट सुविधा भी पहुंचा रही है। बंधन केंद्रों की स्थापना और 90 से ज्यादा वन उपज पर MSP दिए जाने से आदिवासियों को बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मेरी सरकार ने पहली बार जनजातियों में भी सबसे पिछड़े जनजातियों की सुध ली है। उनके लिए लगभग 24,000 करोड़ रुपया की PM जनमन योजना बनाई है। आदिवासी परिवारों में अनेक पीढ़ियां सिकल सेल एनीमिया में पीड़ित रही है। पहली बार इसके लिए राष्ट्रीय मिशन शुरू किया गया है। अब तक लगभग 1,40,000 लाख लोग की जांच की हो चुकी है। दिव्यांगजनों के लिए भी मेरी सरकार ने सुगम्य भारत अभियान चलाए हैं। साथ ही भारतीय सांकेतिक भाषा में पाठ्य पुस्तकें उपलब्ध कराई है। ट्रांसजेंडर को समाज में सम्मानजनक स्थान दिलाने और उनके अधिकारों के संरक्षण हेतु भी कानून बनाए हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, हमारे यहाँ विश्वकर्मा परिवारों के बिना दैनिक जीवन की कल्पना भी मुश्किल है। ये परिवार पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी अपने कौशल को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन सरकारी मदद के अभाव में हमारी विश्वकर्मा साथी बुरी स्थिति से गुजर रहे थे। मेरी सरकार ने ऐसे विश्वकर्मा परिवार को भी सूद ली है। अभी तक पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना से 84 लाख से ज्यादा लोग जुड़ चुके हैं। रेहड़ी, ठेले, फुटपाथ पर काम करने वाले साथी भी दशकों से अपने हाल पर छोड़ दिए गए थे। मेरी सरकार ने पीएम स्वनिधि योजना द्वारा उनको बैंकिंग से जोड़ा। इस योजना के तहत अब तक 10,000 करोड़ रुपया से अधिक की राशि के ऋण दिया जा चुका है। सरकार ने इन पर भरोसा करते हुए बिना कोलेटरल के ऋण दिया है। इस भरोसे के मजबूत करते हुए अधिकांश लोगों ने ऋण भी वापस किया है, अगली किस्त का भी लाभ उठाया है। इस योजना के अधिकतर लाभार्थी दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी और महिलाएं हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर चल रही मेरी सरकार समाज के हर वर्ग को उचित अवसर देने में जुटी है। पहली बार सामान्य वर्ग के गरीबों को आरक्षण की सुविधा दी गई है। मेडिकल में ग्रेजुएशन और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन के लिए ओबीसी के केंद्रीय कोटे के तहत दाखिली में 27% आरक्षण सुनिश्चित किया गया है। राष्ट्रीय पिछड़ा बोर्ड आयोग को संवैधानिक दर्जा दिया गया है। मेरी सरकार ने बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर से जुड़े 5 स्थानों को पंचतीर्थ के रूप में विकसित किया। आज देश भर में आदिवासी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के लिए समर्पित 10 संग्रहालय बनाया जा रहा है। माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरी सरकार ने ऐसे क्षेत्रों की भी पहली बार विकास से जोड़ा है जो दशकों तक उपेक्षित रहे। हमारी सीमाओं से सटे गांवों को देश का अंतिम गांव माना जाता था। मेरी सरकार ने उन्हें देश का पहला गांव बनाया। इन गांवों के विकास के लिए वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम शुरू किया है। अंडमान निकोबार और लक्षद्वीप जैसे हमारे दूर सुदूर के द्वीप समूह भी विकास से वंचित थे। मेरी सरकार ने इन द्वीपों में भी आधुनिक सुविधाओं का निर्माण किया। वहाँ सड़क, हवाई यातायात और तेज इंटरनेट की सुविधाएं पहुंचाई। कुछ सप्ताह पूर्व ही लक्षद्वीप को भी अंडर वाटर ऑप्टिकल फाइबर से जोड़ा गया है। इससे स्थानीय लोगों के साथ ही पर्यटकों को भी सुविधा होगी। मेरी सरकार द्वारा आकांक्षा जिला कार्यक्रम के तहत देश के 100 से अधिक जिलों में विकास का प्राथमिकता दी गई है। इस कार्यक्रम की सफलता को देखते हुए मेरी सरकार ने आकांक्षा ब्लॉक कार्यक्रम भी शुरू किया है। इससे देश के उन ब्लॉक्स में विकास पर विशेष जोर दिया जा रहा है जो पीछे छूट गए हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरी सरकार आज पूरी सीमा पर मॉडर्न इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रही है। एक काम बहुत पहले ही प्राथमिकता के आधार पर हो जाना चाहिए था। आतंकवाद हो या विस्तारवाद, हमारी सेनाएं आज जैसे को तैसा की नीति के साथ जवाब दे रही है। आंतरिक शांति के लिए मेरी सरकार के प्रयासों के सार्थक परिणाम हमारे सामने हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर में आज सुरक्षा का वातावरण है। आज वहाँ हड़ताल का सन्नाटा नहीं, भीड़ भरे बाजार की चहल पहल है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अलगाववाद की घटना में भारी कमी आई है। अनेक संगठनों ने स्थायी शांति के तरफ कदम बढ़ाए हैं। नक्सलवाद से प्रभावित क्षेत्र घटे हैं और नक्सली हिंसा में भी भारी गिरावट हुई है। माननीय सदस्यगण, भारत के लिए ये समय आने वाली सदियों का भविष्य लिखने का है। हमारे पूर्वजों ने हजारों वर्षों की एक विरासत हमारे लिए छोड़ी है। अपने पूर्वजों की सौगातों का आज भी हम बड़े गौरव के साथ याद करते हैं। आज की पीढ़ी को भी ऐसा विरासत बनानी है जो सदियों तक याद रखी जाए। इसीलिए मेरी सरकार आज एक बड़े विजन पर काम कर रही है। इस विजन में आने वाले 5 वर्षों का कार्यक्रम भी है। इसमें आने वाले 25 साल का रोड मैप भी है। हमारे लिए विकसित भारत सिर्फ आर्थिक समृद्धि तक सीमित नहीं है। हमारे लिए विकास भारत सिर्फ आर्थिक समृद्धि तक सीमित नहीं है। हम सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक और सामरिक ताकत को भी उतना ही महत्व देते हैं। इनके बिना विकास और आर्थिक समृद्धि स्थायी नहीं रह सकती है। बीते दशकों के फैसले भी इसी ध्येय से लिए गए हैं। आज भी अनेक कदम इसी लक्ष्य के साथ उठाया जा रहे हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, भारत के तेज विकास को लेकर आज दुनिया की हर एजेंसी आश्वस्त है। राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एजेंसी जो भी आकलन कर रहे हैं, उनका आधार भारत की नीतियां हैं। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में रिकॉर्ड निवेश और पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म निवेशकों का विश्वास और बढ़ा रहा है। पूर्ण बहुमत वाली स्थिर और मजबूत सरकार के लिए भारतीयों का संकल्प भी दुनिया को नया भरोसा दे रहे हैं। आज दुनिया को विश्वास है कि भारत ही ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन को सशक्त कर सकता है। इसीलिए भारत भी आज इसके लिए बड़े कदम उठा रहे हैं। देश में एमएसएमई का एक मजबूत नेटवर्क बनाया जा रहा है। मेरी सरकार ने 14 सेक्टर्स के लिए PLI योजनाएं शुरू किए हैं। इसके तहत अभी तक लगभग 9 लाख करोड़ रुपया का उत्पादन हो चुका है। इससे देश में रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के लाखों नए अवसर बने। PLI से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, फार्मा, फूड प्रोसेसिंग और मेडिकल डिवाइस के सेक्टर में भी लाभ हो रहा है। मेडिकल डिवाइस से जुड़े दर्जनों प्रोजेक्ट्स में उत्पादन शुरू हो चुका है। मेरी सरकार ने देश में 3 बल्क ड्रग पार्क भी बनाए हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, आज मेड इन इंडिया एक ग्लोबल ब्रांड बन चुका है। मेक इन इंडिया को लेकर आज दुनिया आकर्षित हो रही है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लक्ष्य को दुनिया समझ रही है। आज दुनिया भर की कंपनियां भारत में नए सेक्टर्स को लेकर उत्साहित है। सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में हो रहा निवेश इसका उदाहरण है। सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर को भी बहुत लाभ होगा। मेरी सरकार आज ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को बहुत प्रोत्साहित दे रही है। बीते कुछ सालों में ही देश में लाखों इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों का निर्माण हुआ है। अब तो हम भारत में ही बड़े हवाई जहाज की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए भी कदम बढ़ा चुके हैं। आने वाले समय में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर्स में करोड़ों नए रोजगारों का सृजन होगा। माननीय सदस्यगण, विश्व में आज ऐसे उत्पादों को विशेष मांग है जो पर्यावरण के अनुकूल है। इसलिए मेरी सरकार जीरो इफेक्ट जीरो डिफेक्ट पर बल दे रही है। आज ग्रीन एनर्जी पर हमारा बहुत फोकस है। 10 वर्षों में नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल पर आधारित ऊर्जा क्षमता 81 गीगावाट से बढ़कर 188 गीगावाट हो चुके हैं। इस दौरान सोलर पावर कैपेसिटी में 26 गुना बढ़ोतरी हुई है। इसी तरह विंड पावर कैपेसिटी 2 गुनी हो चुकी है। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी की दृष्टि से हम दुनिया में चौथे नंबर पर हैं। विंड पावर कैपेसिटी में भी हम चौथे नंबर पर हैं। सोलर पावर कैपेसिटी में हम 5वें नंबर पर हैं। भारत में 2030 तक अपनी स्थापित क्षमता का 50% नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल में से भरा करने का लक्ष्य रखा है। बीते 10 वर्षों में 11 नए सोलर पार्क बन चुके हैं। 9 सोलर पार्क्स पर आज काम चल रहा है। कुछ दिन पहले ही घर की छत पर सोलर एनर्जी उपलब्ध कराने के लिए एक नई योजना घोषित की गई है। इसके तहत 1 करोड़ परिवारों को मदद दी जाएगी। इससे बिजली का बिल भी कम होगा और अतिरिक्त बिजली की खरीद विद्युत बाजारों में की जाएगी। परमाणु ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में भी बहुत तेजी से काम किया जा रहा है। मेरी सरकार ने 10 नए परमाणु ऊर्जा संयंत्रों को स्वीकृति दी है। हाइड्रोजन एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में भी भारत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। हम अभी तक लद्दाख और दमन-दीव में 2 प्रोजेक्ट शुरू कर चुके हैं। मेरी सरकार ने इथेनॉल के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व काम किया है। देश 12% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग का लक्ष्य हासिल कर चुका है। बहुत ही जल्द 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग का टारगेट भी पूरा होने वाला है। इससे हमारे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी। अभी तक सरकारी कंपनियां 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया से ज़्यादा का इथेनॉल खरीद चुकी हैं। इन सारे प्रयासों से अपनी ऊर्जा जरूरतों के लिए विदेशों पर निर्भरता कम होगी। कुछ दिन पहले ही बंगाल की खाड़ी में एक नया ब्लॉक में तेल उत्पादन शुरू हुआ है। ये देश के लिए एक बड़ी सफलता है। माननीय सदस्यगण, धरती में महत्वपूर्ण खनिजों की मात्रा सीमित है। इसीलिए मेरी सरकार सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को प्रोत्साहित कर रही है। भारत की पहली व्हीकल स्क्रैपेज पॉलिसी का लक्ष्य भी है। गहरे समुद्रों में खनिजों की संभावनाओं को तलाशना भी जरूरी है। इसी लक्ष्य के साथ डीप ओशन मिशन शुरू किया है। इस मिशन में अपने समुद्री जनजीवन के बारे में हमारी समझ भी बेहतर होगी। भारत का समुद्रयान इस क्षेत्र में शोध कर रहा है। मेरी सरकार भारत को दुनिया की एक बड़ी स्पेस पावर बनाने में जुटे हैं। ये मानव जीवन को बेहतर बनाने का एक माध्यम है। साथ ही ये स्पेस इकोनॉमी में भारत की हिस्सेदारी बढ़ाने का भी प्रयास है। भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम के विस्तार के लिए महत्वपूर्ण फैसला लिए गए हैं। इसके कारण अनेक नए स्पेस स्टार्टअप्स बने हैं। अब वो दिन दूर नहीं है जो भारत का गगनयान स्पेस में जाएगा। माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरी सरकार ने भारत को दुनिया के अग्रणी डिजिटल इकोनॉमीज में से एक बनाया है। इससे करोड़ों युवाओं को रोजगार मिला है। हमारा प्रयास है कि चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति में भारत दुनिया में सबसे आगे रहे। मेरी सरकार आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मिशन पर काम कर रही है। ये भारत के युवाओं को नए अवसर देगा। ये नए स्टार्टअप्स के लिए संभावनाएं खोलेगा। इससे कृषि, स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव आएगी। मेरी सरकार ने नेशनल क्वांटम मिशन भी स्वीकृत किया है। क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग नए दौर की डिजिटल व्यवस्था बनाएगा। इस क्षेत्र में भारत आगे रहे, इसके लिए काम शुरू हो चुके हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरी सरकार भारत की युवा शक्ति की शिक्षा और कौशल विकास के लिए निरंतर नए कदम उठा रही है। इसके लिए नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति बनाई गई और उसे तेजी से लागू किया जा रहा है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में मातृभाषा और भारतीय भाषाओं में शिक्षा पर बल दिया गया है। इंजीनियरिंग, मेडिकल, कानून जैसे विषयों की पढ़ाई भारतीय भाषा में प्रारंभ कर दी गई है। स्कूली शिक्षा में गुणवत्ता लाने के लिए मेरी सरकार 14,000 से अधिक पीएम श्री विद्यालयों पर काम कर रही है। इनमें से 6,000 से अधिक विद्यालय शुरू हो चुके हैं। मेरी सरकार के प्रयासों से देश में ड्रॉप आउट रेट कम हुआ है। उच्च शिक्षा में छात्राओं के दाखिले ज़्यादा हो रही है। अनुसूचित जाति के विद्यार्थियों के नामांकन में लगभग 44% वृद्धि हुई है।
Very good morning and welcome, friends, ladies and gentlemen, viewers across the country, as we build up to 11 a.m. when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents her 6th budget, albeit this is an interim one, more like a vote on account. But what is important is, as the Prime Minister said himself yesterday on the first day of the Parliament session, that the interim budget is going to be Disha Nirdeshak, a budget which is going to give a direction, a sense of the direction of governance that the Modi government wants to chart out. In fact, the confident Prime Minister, or confident that he is, he said that in a few months the government would be back with a full budget. Joining me in the studios, our business editor Sharmila Bhaumik, we have economist Akash Jindal and Yogendra Kapoor. Very good morning to you, and let's begin by understanding also Niranjan Narayan Swamy, our executive editor from Bengaluru. Very good morning to you, Niranjan. How is it looking like down south?
Thanks, Abhishek. Good morning. Abhishek, we've had a very dry season, a dry spell here in Karnataka. There's been drought. Most of the districts here are drought hit. Huge expectations on the farmers front. You know what's happening here with the guarantees. Of course, a lot of free schemes to the people, but the farmers, I think, are hopeful that there's something that comes out, which I think comes, which brings me to my next point, Abhishek. If I can ask you my first question, and you can perhaps take it forward. Everyone's focusing on the term Gyan, not Gyan as in knowledge, but you know what I'm talking about, the 4 focus areas for the government, Abhishek. You want to talk about that, tell our viewers what they can expect from this budget?
Well, we did that get that Gyan from Prime Minister's address itself yesterday. And Sharmila, let's not get into fiscal deficit yet. You know, let's just focus on what's the mood like. As K.R. Kumar Mangalam Birla said, you know, it's looking like wow, right? So Niranjan, you know, Gyan is essentially, as the Prime Minister has coined the acronym, which is G for Garib, the poor, Y for Yuva, the youth,
Yeah.
A for Annadata, the farmer, and N for Nari, the Nari Shakti. So essentially what the Prime Minister says is that taken together, these constituencies, these segments, when you address their issues, their concerns, their needs, then much of the governance is taken care of, much of development needs are taken care of. So I think when you say, Niranjan, that the issue is about some rural areas, the issue is about farmers, some difficulties they are facing, obviously it seems the government is aware of that, and that's why it comes within the framework of the constituencies that the Prime Minister seeks to address with his Gyan coinage. Sharmila, what are your thoughts? You bring us so much of experience from the business side, the corporate side. What's the sense there in that community about the interim budget?
Abhishek, clearly this budget is more like a report card for the government's effort over the last decade. Multiple reforms have taken place, so many transformations, schemes have been introduced. There has been a huge effort at fiscal consolidation. So all of that, even though we are saying that it is just an interim budget, but it's a landmark budget to my mind because it's going to set the course right for the elections coming up ahead. It is one of the biggest fiscal events of the year, and if not the decade, because it is going to sort of show a mirror to the government's consistent effort over the last 10 years on multiple fields like digitization of the economy, for instance, social schemes. And
Yes.
you just mentioned Gyan. The social schemes and the subsidies have been monumental over the last decade. So all of that will sort of culminate in the numbers and the intent of the government as we get to see in a couple of hours from now.
All right, good that you mentioned that this is going to be about a Lekha Jokha of the last 10 years of the Modi government. On that note, if I can get in both the economists on our panel, Mr. Yogendra Kapoor and Akash Jindal. Mr. Kapoor, in fact, is a senior economist. He's a tax and business expert as well. And Akash Jindal, of course, is a familiar face for our viewers on many of our debates. To you first, Mr. Kapoor, you think that when the Prime Minister says that this is going to be a Disha Nirdeshak budget, so obviously it would be, forward-looking budget, but at the same time, given the fact that it's been 10 years of the Modi government, there is a legacy to talk about. There is a delivery of promises that have been made. There is governance delivery that has happened over the last decade. You think much of it could get reflected in Finance Minister's address? Mr. Kapoor.
See, the first thing I would like to start with is that Modi government has always believed in continuation of reforms, and I think it is well visible on the ground also. So I foresee that it is not going to be a populist budget, but a continuation of reform budget. And I feel that there are a lot of things which we see moving in the right direction, whether it is the infrastructure development, whether it is the digital transformation.
Yes.
At the same time, I feel that there are around three areas where this government has not been able to, get into a kind of momentum which was necessary. Now, to begin with, one is the skill development. Now, we see that there is a growing perception that is being flown about this government that the rich are getting richer and the poor are becoming poorer due to the policies continued by the government. Now, what I see is that it's very necessary that it's visible on the ground also, and I would put it this way, that it is basically the skilled and smart.
Sorry, just to clarify, you said the rich were getting richer and poor were getting poorer earlier, not now.
See, but point is that you see, if we look at the pace at which the development on the lower strata of our country is concerned, we see that there is a lack of education which is not moving in a manner it should have got done. At the same time, the medical infra is again something where we see that metropolitan cities and tier 2 cities have moved pretty fast, but at the same time, if we look at the rural areas, there I see that there is a gap. And so what I feel is that the government needs to work hard on the skill development part, because ultimately we will see that a skilled India or a healthy India is only going to be a productive India.
All right. Akash Jindal, your opening comments before we widen the debate.
Prior to this, I'll answer your earlier question. Multi-dimensional poverty index. 24 crore 80 lakh Indians have moved out of multi-dimensional poverty index in the past 9 years during Modi Raj. What it says is those people who are not getting basic health facilities, basic education facilities, they are now getting it. Apart from that, the standard of living definitely has increased. So this is a detailed report which carries that. Apart from that, I think the Modi government is wonderfully well performing. See, the world, half of the world is under a recession, half of the world is having slowdown, whereas India is growing at the fastest pace amongst bigger economies. See, 7.8% was the growth in the first quarter, 7.6% in the second quarter, and for the entire year. Now, it's not Akash Jindal or the government. IMF says 6.7% is expected for this year. For the coming 2 years, it would be 6.5%.
Yeah.
So the way we are growing, we are definitely the fastest growing economy. And not only that, we are the fifth biggest economy, but all the 4 economies which are bigger than us, America, China, Germany, Japan, the pace of growth, the percentage of GDP growth is much, much lower than that of India.
Yeah.
So Modi government has performed wonderfully well, and it has been an inclusive growth where everybody has got benefits. See, 10 lakh crore of capex last year which was done. What does it mean? Who gets employment?
Yeah.
The man on the road, the majdoor, the laborer who is earning 800 rupees per day, he gets employment. So definitely every person, last mile person also has been benefit. And now see, we are talking about being the third biggest economy.
Niranjan, coming to you.
Third biggest economy, and another 3 years, $5 trillion US. Not only that, 2030 we are expected to be a $7 trillion US economy, and 2035. Now, this is not what government of India says. This is global experts saying that we will be a $10 trillion US economy. So India is performing much, much better than anybody else. So I expect a lot of exemptions this time, because see, I mean, election season is also there. So firstly, what I expect is that personal income tax additional exemption of 50,000 could be there on the cards. Then standard deduction, again an increment of 25,000 could be there. Health insurance, another 25,000 is what I expect. And I expect a big bumper gift also.
Right.
That is just 10 seconds more. Reduction in excise for petrol and diesel of around 5 rupees.
Okay.
That would reduce inflation.
That's going to be a big one. In fact, it's been building up for a while with the kind of, softening of the global crude prices we have seen. Niranjan, you wanted to add to this narrative that's building up that we are really doing fantastic economy-wise and the finance economy-wise, and the finance minister has a lot of lateral freedom to tinker around with some sops for the people to make them happy going into the general election cycle. Niranjan.
Abhishek, I know it's important to have tempered expectations given that it's an interim budget, but there's a huge buzz, a huge talk around the term Modi guarantee, and I wanted to ask you that question, and perhaps you and Sharmila can take it forward with our panelists as well. You know, going into the elections, Modi guarantee has become a very, very popular term, and when guarantees are a point of discussion with elections coming up, what will be the Modi guarantee, and are you getting some sort of an indication of some popular schemes that the Congress perhaps tried to bring out in states like Karnataka, for example, took it to Telangana? It's a different matter altogether, that now they are talking about how difficult it is to even implement that, and some resorting to blackmail, saying that it's only if the Congress government comes to power in the centre that they can actually take forward those schemes. It's a different matter altogether. But when you talk about Modi guarantee, Abhishek, Modi guarantee as a term that is now more increasingly being used by the BJP and the government, do you see some sort of a directional shift in that sense?
Yeah. Niranjan, as they say, when the economic survey comes, it's an economic document, right, Sharmila?
Yes.
But the budget is more like a political economy document, right? It's not pure economics. It's not the graphs. It's about constituency. It's about the allocations. It's about the direction the country is taking. It's about the direction of the philosophy of the government in terms of governance, right? So a lot of those thoughts come out of the budget and the budget speech. And more than the entire document, the speech actually gives a direction of a sense of the direction in which the government wants you to think. So the constituencies that need to be addressed, I believe. And in that context, Niranjan, what you're saying about the Modi guarantee is essentially about governance which is Teflon coated, so to say, with Prime Minister's imprimatur. So when Prime Minister says that there has to be saturation coverage, for example, of the Ayushman card, there has to be saturation coverage of the Ujjwala Yojana, there has to be saturation coverage of the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, house for every poor, both in urban and rural areas. So that, I think, translates into a political slogan of Modi guarantee, right, Sharmila?
Yes. So the government's intent, Abhishek, to my mind, is a direction in which this budget is going to point. Because, see, clearly our aim is to become a developed economy by 2047 in this Amrit Kal. And that is clearly indicated by the capex outlay of the finance minister over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So it has been consistently growing from 3.4 million in 2020 to 7.4 trillion in 2023.
Yeah.
So we can actually expect a slightly more increased capex this year. So clearly, this shows the roadmap of the government is taking to the ultimate culmination of India becoming a developed nation by 2047. I think the clarity is right there, and everything is adding up to that intent of the government.
All right. So you see, just yesterday, we had this report of the IMF revising upwards India's GDP growth forecast. And in the pictures, we are seeing Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with two of her ministers of state, Pankaj Chaudhary and Bharat Karnad. I think these are pictures from yesterday, I believe, when the finance minister had the CBDT and CBIC teams coming in and getting picture. These are the budget making teams. So since we have a tax expert also, maybe we'll try to do some crystal ball gazing as to what possible swaps the finance minister could be announcing in the interim budget. Remember, someone mentioned, I believe you, Mr. Kapoor, that whether it could be a populist budget or not. I mean, the last 10 budgets have not been populist. I think the Modi government, Prime Minister does not believe in being populist. He believes in, strengthening the governance, and he believes in consolidating whatever is gained. So, for example, the kind of fiscal consolidation we have seen, ultimately we come to fiscal issue. In our conversation, I was sort of trying to delay it because then it gets technical. But without keeping it technical, Mr. Jindal, if you can, share your thoughts, even as we get more guests on our panel in the studios, as to how the Modi government has really done GDP growth-wise. I believe this is the third successive year when it's doing 7% plus. And you have to always see this growth rate in the context of what the global economy is also doing. So in that context, I think we look like passing through a very Goldilocks moment. And you think that what the finance minister presents at 11 a.m. by way of the interim budget is going to be more of a consolidation of that.
Very right. In fact, both you and Shamila, I would totally endorse. Firstly, when you talk about global backdrop, see, who are we comparing us with? US, biggest economy in the world, considered role model economy. 2022, they had 2 quarters of negative successive GDP growth.
Yeah.
Germany, the biggest economy of Europe, fourth biggest, now third biggest economy of the world, 2023, 2 quarters of successive negative GDP growth. China, which was once upon a time much ahead of us, is now languishing behind us. China, they are having debt problems, they are having real estate issues, they are having deflation issues, they are having high unemployment.
Yeah.
So all the 4 big economies which are bigger than us are much behind us. There's no other economy which is growing the way India is going. So GDP growth and, like you said, capex, the capital expenditure and the infrastructure spending which the government has done, that has been one of the magical reasons why we have been expanding this way. The sort of capex which was planned last year, 10 lakh crore of capex, and this year also, my prediction is that capex is going to be around 11 to 12 lakh crore, because this is something which is paying dividend. This is something which has impacted India, and it has meant inclusive growth for all of us. So definitely comparing us with the world. See now the world has been going through plethora of problems. We had Corona. Corona was not only in 2020, it continued up to 2022. Then Russia-Ukraine war. Then Israel-Hamas issue. Then now Houthi issue. But still, India is growing. So there's a magic in what we are doing. India is growing magically. And 7.8% was in the first quarter, 7.6% in the second quarter. Third quarter, we are expecting good numbers. And let me tell you, let me make a prediction on your platform. Quarter 4, January to March, my calculation is that we are going to show 8.4%. And one of the primary reasons for that is Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha. Because of that, so much of global pilgrims would be visiting India, hotels, restaurants. Yeah. I mean, they'll be getting so much of business, it would reflect in the numbers.
I think budget is not about quarter to quarter, it's not a corporate number, budget, as I said, Prime Minister has said, this is Disha Nirdeshak, this is going to set a direction for not just economy per se, but India's overall growth trajectory, development trajectory going forward, not just for this year, maybe, for 5 years, for a decade. And Prime Minister always talks about the grand vision of India becoming a developed country by 2047. Let me introduce Mr. Kishore Subramaniam also. He's joined us in the studio on the panel. And before I come to you, Niranjan, I believe you have some numbers with you from the economic review of the Finance Ministry. Remember, because it's an interim budget, a full economic survey has not come, but the Finance Ministry did come out with an economic review basically a review of the Indian economy as it looks in the present. So if you can, share from that, and then we take the conversation forward.
Yeah, I'll just go through some of the top five or six points that we have from the review of the Indian economy. Quickly, this fiscal year FY24 marks the third successive year of 7% plus strong growth of the Indian economy, which of course most of our panelists here have been discussing. It's the third successive year, Abhishek, and it's not a joke. You know how difficult that is, and 7% plus growth in a third successive year, as the global economy is struggling to grow at more than 3%. Now, that's a fact. Secondly, exporting one's way to growth is no longer easy amid onshoring and friendshoring of production, increasing vulnerabilities of global supply chains, legacy of twin global shocks. Now, of course, our commitment to ensuring steady economic growth, generating resources for investment needed for climate change adaptation, of course, which the Prime Minister takes very seriously, building resilience, mitigation of emissions. Public sector capital investment has surged in the last 10 years. Some more quick points that I'm, reading from the financial review.
Yeah.
Greater inclusive development, much lower unemployment rate. There's a huge debate around the unemployment rate, Abhishek, of course, on social media, with political parties mostly jumping into it. Maybe we can take that question to our panelists on whether they're expecting some perhaps directional moves from the budget on the youth front, on the jobs front. Abhishek?
Yeah, of course. Let's get in Kishore Subramaniam. Very good morning to you.
Maybe
and
Kishore
welcome
can take
Mr. Subramaniam on the panel and join in the conversation. We are having a freewheeling conversation as we build up to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting her interim budget, sixth budget for her, in fact. And we have seen her grow in confidence. We have seen that getting reflected in the speeches she makes. There is an element of that flourish that's coming in. We have seen that the Finance Minister has, stuck to fiscal consolidation path. The numbers did go sort of haywire. Obviously, not just in India, around the world during the pandemic years, 2020, 2021. But since then, the trajectory has come back, and we are sticking to the FRBM targets. And I believe the Finance Minister might have some good news on that front. So how does it look like? Let's not discuss fiscal, but your initial thoughts on what to expect from the Finance Minister's address.
Okay, this technically is an interim budget, but for me it's a final budget for the simple reason that I honestly expect this government to continue its governance. So there are three things which are very important for this budget. One is that the government has been consistently on one path, that they will not do any fiscal mismanagement. So the fiscal prudence part will continue, and that's a very important part, because you should not end up in populism because there is election coming this year. So that is a very, very big no. It's not like a Congress government in 2007 where, you know, you just give a farm loan waiver and disrupt the whole process. That cannot be done. And I'm very sure this government is not going to do that. Point number 2, you were talking about Nirmala Sitharaman. I think that's the true representation of Nari Shakti. She's been a fabulous finance minister doing her job. Fiscal consolidation has been done very well. And the capex infusion, as one of my panelists said, 10 lakh crore. That's a massive number, and I am expecting personally to go up by 10 to 20%. Yes, unemployment is an issue, and I know that opposition is harping on it, saying that unemployment is an issue, but India has just gone through this cycle of pandemic, the world has gone through, so the curve is just going up. But we need to remember at this point of time that the PSU bank specifically, the balance sheets have been cleaned, IBC is working phenomenally, and we are seeing an uptrend in terms of PSU stocks. The stock market is really reflecting the economy at this point of time, and in this era, when global economies are growing sub 3, sub 4, we at 6.5%, 7%, and with a nominal GDP of even 11.5 to 12%, I think we're going to do great. As people say, it's not India's decade, but it is India's century. I expect a continuous momentum in terms of the growth, in terms of the stock market and the nominal GDP for the next 10 to 15 years. What is expected out of this budget? Very important. Personal finance. Are we looking at higher exemption limits? Are we looking at more exemption from housing loan? Are you looking at GST being waived off from healthcare premiums and stuff like that? A lot more to talk during the day, but my expectation is going to be a fiscally very prudent budget.
Okay, before I, you know, a very important points you raised, whether you know, there can be some more fillip to housing for all by way of incentives, and whether there can be some relaxation in terms of the areas which attract GST. There is always this concern among people that, oh, what am I getting? So I think that's going to be an important aspect of the conversation. As of now, we are looking at the broad picture. So for example, Mr. Jindal mentioned about spirituality tourism, Ayodhya being representative of that. And it's not just Ayodhya, it's Varanasi, Kashi, Mahakal, and Prime Minister believes, I think that it comes with a lot of conviction that religious tourism, and if it's packaged well, and if it gives you a good experience, and then it sort of acts as a contributor to economy. So when Prime Minister went to Ayodhya, Sharmila, for the first time, inaugurating the airport and some development projects, he said that this is Ram Temple and Ayodhya is about Vikas and Virasa. So he was actually saying that it's not just religion. Don't have a very narrow view of it. It is both development and heritage coming together. So I think Prime Minister takes a very broad picture of whatever he does, and that's why we are discussing 10 years of the Modinomics. But on this issue, on the fiscal consolidation front and the fiscal discipline that Mr. Subramanian was talking about, Sharmila, can you share your thoughts from the corporate sector, how they see the fiscal path that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has charted over the last few years? Remember the 10 lakh crore capex that we talk about. It has not crowded out private capital. So while the government is spending a lot of money, it is still creating lot space, more and more space for the private sector as well. So please share your thoughts on what the private sector thinks of government's fiscal consolidation and what are their expectations this time from Nirmala Sitharaman's address.
See, there have been multiple success stories over the last decade. If you talk about the fiscal discipline and cleaning up of the system, let us talk about how the tax base has been expanded, how the tax collections it's the biggest success story. I know the GST collections over the last couple of years.
6 crores? 6 crores, the number of taxpayers?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek.
8 crores now. 8 crores.
Yes.
And when the Modi government came in, it was just 2 crores plus.
2 crores.
So almost quadrupled.
Yes.
So that gives you an idea of the kind of revenue maximization, tax maximization that has happened in terms of increasing the tax net.
Yes, and it's only going to grow, as we know. You know, some cases are in litigation. If they clear up, the tax collection, the tax net is only going to increase. So the system of doing business in India has improved many folds over the last couple of years,
Yeah.
the last decade, ease of doing business. The sheer number of startups which have started in India from 2016, there were just about 400 plus startups, and now we have them in thousands. So
We have 100 unicorns.
yeah, we have 100 plus unicorns. So yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Kapoor, you're also a tax expert. So please tell us, if this widening of tax net has happened, if more people are paying taxes, then obviously more people are earning, right? Is it a natural corollary? And if that be the case, some of it could be actually about, the bureaucrats at the CBDT and CBIC and in the Ministry of Finance sort of, tightening leakages and, plugging in tax evasion and tax avoidance. But much of it also is because of the increased amount of economic activity that India is seeing, and hence more people coming in the tax net. So it's good for the country that from about 2 crore plus, when the Modi government took over in 2014, by the 10th year, we have 8 crore plus Indians paying taxes. It's still less, 140 crore Indians in the country, 140 crore plus. Maybe we can still double this number, and I'm sure the Modi government might be thinking on those lines. But what do you make out of this increasing tax net, revenue maximization, and you think this has got reflected in the capital expenditure of the government as well?
Absolutely. I would say that the taxation and the financial sector reforms that this government has undertaken in the form of demonetization and then GST, we see that the results are now getting reflected on ground when we see that there is a transformation of economy from an informal to a formal one.
Yeah.
That is well, appreciable from the fact that there is an increase in direct tax collections as well as indirect tax collections in the form of GST. The roadmap from here on, I see that the government is making all-out efforts. First, to ensure that there is no element of tax terrorism, that the term used to be got caught about this government in the past, that element remains in the mind of the people. We see that the government has already initiated faceless system of assessments, wherein the interface between the tax officials as well as the assessee, it's kept at a distance. So these are measures where you create trust, and that gets transformed into our revenue collections, which we are seeing that is increasing at a pace which this country has not seen in the past.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Jindal, yes, just structuring it, you can say what you wanted to say, just adding, Mr. Subramaniam mentioned the beautiful implementation of the IBC and the NCLT, the manner in which the banking sector has been cleaned up, as also, of course, the corporate sector mess by way of the IBC mechanism and the NCLT mechanism. We are looking at a very good picture of the public sector banks.
Yes.
They are in the pink of their health. And on the corporate side, with the IBC and the NCLT mechanism, I think a lot of cleaning up has happened. So that's part of the larger structural reforms that have taken years, right? It's not quarter to quarter. I was saying there has to be a broad view, and we are discussing a broad picture. So these structural reforms, there's digitalization. Mr. Kapoor was talking about the increasing of tax net. All this has contributed to what looks like wow, as K.R. Kumar Minglam Birla said.
No, initially I would like to talk about increase of tax collection and taxpayers, particularly as far as direct tax is concerned. I still remember those days, demonetization, notebandi. I was in this film city throughout the day, and everybody used to ask me, Akash Jindal ji, income tax kahan badega, return kahan bad rahi hai? Now this is the answer of demonetization. There were people, 90% of my co-panelists used to criticize demonetization. Where is the white money? Where are the income tax payers? This is what is it reflecting. Number two, what you have very rightly said, my dear friend, what it is reflecting is online transaction. 2022, India has topped in online transactions in the entire world. We are the number one in online transactions. That shows success of Modi government moves. So demonetization was a move which was aimed at long-term benefits, and we are reaping the long-term benefits today. Online transactions, we are topping the world. Apart from the structural reforms that government is doing, initially, of course, when GST was also launched, That was the again thing. GST has been launched. क्या इसका फायदा होगा? Would it be advantages? Implementation problems are there. Portal is not working. Now GST.
1,72,000 crores.
This is the number.
That's the number that has come in yesterday.
This is,
and this is the second highest since the launch of the GST. And so, I mean, Mr. Subramaniam, he's talking about the digitalization which began with, actually, you see, if you look at it, the demonetization was part of the larger digitalization plan, right? And today, India is the third largest digital economy after the United States and United Kingdom. So, when we discuss Modinomics, we have to discuss these very long-term, forward-looking, vision, broad vision decisions that were taken step by step, and then consolidation happened. From the time when the KYC, I think we have to keep breaking this information also. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has reached the Ministry of Finance. No, I think, why should Defense Minister be reaching Finance Ministry? But then it seems this is something coming in. He has arrived. Is he sort of going to meet the Finance Minister? In fact, I can tell you that there is going to be a photo op. Okay, these are also pictures coming in from the residence of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in New Delhi. And it's rained last evening, and you can still see the roads of Delhi wet. I think this is a car moving in of the Finance Minister. Is she already moving in to the North Block? If I can just look at the timing of what is to happen when, for the benefit of viewers, there is going to be a photo op of the Finance Minister while leaving for Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is going to be at the North Block, obviously, and this is going to be at 9 a.m. So obviously this is Finance Minister perhaps moving in to her office at the North Block, and there is going to be a second photo op of the Finance Minister, which is going to be at 10 a.m. at the steps of the Parliament. And before that, I believe, yes, so this is the photo op of FM along with the budget team. They're leaving for Rashtrapati Bhavan, but as of now it seems it's got a little delayed, and this is the carpet of the Finance Minister. It seems they are heading to North Block as of now, and then we would see so Finance Minister on her way to her office in the North Block up the Raisina Hill. From there, after a photo op with the budget team, she would be moving to the Rashtrapati Bhavan as is customary to present the highlights to the President. Remember, President is integral to the Parliament of India. The Parliament constitutes of the Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha and the President of India. So obviously, the President has to be presented a copy of the budget, and then she comes back, and then you see that photo op on the steps of the Parliament, which we would be keenly watching for. And as of now, of course, the carpet of the Finance Minister having left her residence, moving towards North Block. Coming back to the conversation we were having, let me also welcome Mr. P.K. Basu, Chief Economist of the ICICI Securities and author of Asia Reborn, joining us. We'll have him on the screen just in a bit, because as of now we are focusing on the pictures, Sharmila, coming from Delhi, where the carpet of Finance Minister is moving from her residence to the North Block office where the Finance Ministry is. So the conversation that we were having about overall consolidation of the economy, we also cannot forget, let me get in Mr. Basu on that note, the kind of morass out of which we came out in the 2014, post-2014 period. There was a setback in the pandemic years, but then overall, if you look at it, from being part of the fragile five to now, when everyone considers us as effectively the growth engine of the world in terms of the growth rate, in terms of being a dependable partner, in terms of providing the wherewithal, where you have the skill set, you have the resources, you have the intent to bring everything together to provide what the world needs. Mr. Basu, we are calling it 10 years of Modinomics. So your thoughts on the kind of journey we have made from the morass we were in to the Goldilocks moment that we are looking at so far as the Indian economy is concerned, in fact, the country is concerned?
Well, absolutely. Goldilocks moment is right, because you have strong growth, the fastest growth in the world by a long way. In fact, if you look at the IMF forecast that was just released 2 days ago, India is by far the fastest growing economy in the world, not just this year, but for the next 2 years as well. And I think the IMF is significantly underestimating growth for this year as well as the next 2 years. In fact, I expect that growth this year will be around 7.9%, next year 8.4% and more, primarily because of what you call the Goldilocks moment. Essentially, in the past, whenever we've had periods of faster economic growth in India, they last 3 or 4 years, and then you run into classic problems of overheating. You have current account deficits that are very large, inflation that goes up a lot, etc., and that breaks, B-R-A-K-E, it ends the period of surging growth. This time,
good that you clarified B-R-A-K-E, because we are more attuned to B-R-E-A-K.
So this time what you have is basically that you've got inflation coming down. You've got the current account deficit almost eliminated. This year, it'll be around 0.4% of GDP. Next year, probably a surplus. So you've got good growth with underheating, not overheating, and therefore the prospect of a strong investment-led acceleration over the next few years. And that backdrop is essentially because the government inherited the twin deficit problem. It spent 7 or 8 years dealing with that. We had 7 or 8 years. In fact,
and by Jove, they had the patience to deal with it for that many years.
So, and during those 8 years, they've created what I call a creditor rights regime, where it's important.
Mr. Basu, sorry to be interrupting. Finance Minister, they're reaching her office in the North Block. You are seeing the bureaucrats there receiving her, and of course the security arrangement in place. Finance Minister making a sprint to her office, where I think we'll get a photo op now of the budget and the team. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Basu.
Yeah, so a creditor rights regime, they've got a bankruptcy code in place. Now, if you remember, during the NDA 1 period, in 2002, the Sarfaesi Act was passed, which introduced certain measures that would enable banks to go after bad debtors. Unfortunately, during the UPA period, the Sarfaesi Act was allowed to just go to seed. And so you needed a new regime. The new regime was the IBC, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. And so 8 years were spent establishing a creditor rights regime, ensuring that the corporate sector and the banks deleveraged, and we as a nation deleveraged. I think the interesting thing is, if you look at external debt to GDP, external debt was 24% of GDP in 2014. It is now around 17.5%. So there's been a substantial deleveraging at the national level. There's deleveraging at the level of corporates. There's deleveraging at the level of banks. And now we are positioned to see a credit and investment-led acceleration. So I think all the economists in the market are completely underestimating India's growth. I find it bizarre that the consensus is always 6.5%. Why is 6.5% the consensus? If you actually look at growth, the average growth of the economy over the last, if you look at the last 7.5 years, excluding the 2-year COVID period, exclude the 2-year COVID period was unusual. You exclude that, in the other 7.5 years, the growth rate of the Indian economy has averaged 7.5% in real terms. Real GDP growth has averaged 7.5%. And now it is going to accelerate. So we should think of 7.5% as the new normal, the new trend.
As the new normal.
Absolutely, the new normal.
So, Basu, if I am correct in this matter, India would have achieved 8% growth had there been no global pressures. I think battling with the war and the pandemic session, which we braved for 3 years. So that is why we are still at 7%. But ideally, we should have been at 8%. What is your opinion on that?
Oh, absolutely. We would have easily been 8% if there had been no COVID period. We would have achieved average growth of 8% over the last 9.5 years. Of course, COVID intervened. It was a huge shock to the global economy.
Yeah.
And we had the worst year ever for the Indian economy in FY 2021. But in that year, the current account was in surplus. And inflation was well contained. The fiscal deficit just about exceeded 9% of GDP even in that year, and has improved dramatically over the next 2 years. So I think this is a remarkable performance. Relative to the world, it really stands out.
Yeah.
And now I think it's interesting. If you look at global steel production, right? I mean, global steel production in 2023, calendar year, growth was 0.0%. You look at the World Steel Association's page. The largest steel producer in the world had zero growth. China had zero growth, world had zero growth. The second biggest steel producer in the world, India, had 12% growth. None of the other top 15 producers in the world grew more than 3%.
Yeah. So
India grew 12%. So there you go. I mean, that is, I think, the classic example of this economy standing out in the world as the one that is growing at a spectacular pace.
good that you mentioned about the China comparison, you know, because I wanted to come to that. Just yesterday or day before yesterday, there was a report on CNBC, the United States platform, which said that investors increasingly find China to be a risky proposition.
Yes.
For manufacturing and for any other investment. In fact, it was a comparative study in China and India. A lot of people in the survey actually rated China dangerous and India friendly. And I have a post from John T. Chambers, the former chairman emeritus of Cisco, saying, I have said for years that companies should look to India as an alternative to China for manufacturing, and it's great to see leaders catching on. As trust dwindles and risks soar with China, India is the country and partner for long-term payoffs.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, the company that John Chambers worked for, Cisco, has suffered from intellectual property theft.
Yes,
by
major property
Huawei.
theft in China.
So, and Huawei is well known to be an agency of spying on the rest of the world. It's been expelled from the United States and even Canada. Canada is quite friendly to China, but even Canada has pushed Huawei out. Now, interestingly, Huawei had a very significant R&D center in Bangalore. But nonetheless, we need to ensure that alternatives to Huawei emerge in the telecom equipment space.
Which I think we are doing.
You know, the PLI, you know, basically the PLI scheme is aimed at providing the import substitution in that area. And in fact, it's one of the areas where we've seen very strong growth in the last few years. So, so really, I think dealing with national security issues is important. You cannot neglect the national security aspect of economic policy. And this government, I think, has done remarkably well on that front as well. So compared to China, I mean, you see, if you look at China, China has an emerging bad debt crisis in its financial system. The financial system is on the verge of collapse because they have, you know, if you look at the real estate sector, almost everybody you talk to in China owns between 2 and 4 properties. And everybody wants to sell their second, third and fourth property. If everybody wants to sell and there are no buyers, what should happen? Prices need to collapse.
Ghost towns which we are seeing in China.
The Evergrande collapse that's in the headlines these days.
And what China has been doing, its businessmen and corporates, it's well known to the world. The way China deals with its businessmen and corporates. We know the famous story.
I mean, it's good that you mentioned this PLI, you know. The whole idea of Make in India, which picked up, in fact, with the first year of the Modi government in 2014-15, Prime Minister announced it from the Red Fort. In fact, the first Red Fort address on August 15, 2014. And then it sort of sometimes seemed like sputtering. And then, voila, post-COVID, the government came together thinking that we have to do something. And the manner in which this PLI has rolled out, I know for a fact that major MNCs, they are gung-ho about it. And it has translated into, I believe, almost a total of not the government spending, but PLI pushing in about 2 lakh crores worth of investment. Right, Mr. Subramaniam? So I think the government did get a lot of things right for us to be reaching at this moment where we're discussing only goody stuff.
Yeah, so I would like to add a few points. See, the government from 2014, as he said that we've been dealing with the twin problem. The most important thing is there's a structured approach to the whole stuff. First, we bought the first layer of the Jan Dhan. That was financial inclusiveness for mass. Now today we have 53 crore accounts, out of which 56% belong to the women. Second, we build the layer of Aadhaar which link the bank accounts. Third, we build the KYC on that. Then we build the digital platform and the UPI and stuff on it. So there has been a very structured approach. While this was being done, at a corporate level, we were cleaning up the balance sheets.
Yeah.
We were getting the IBC on.
Yeah.
We were getting financial inclusiveness.
Yeah.
We were having Startup India, Makeup India, and Skill India. These all put together. There was obviously a break with the pandemic and 2 years of disruption. But today, let me tell you, it's not only a 7.9% or a 8% plus GDP. India is going to be the only economy in the world which is going to have sustained growth.
Yeah.
Now that is very, very important because China is not growing at that pace. And remember one thing we shouldn't forget, India is a great number one, a trustworthy, reliable,
Right.
great number one.
Right. Mr. Kapoor, you wanted to add quickly because I'm told former Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Mr. K.V. Subramaniam, is joining us anytime now from CII. But Mr. Kapoor, yes.
I'd just like to add on that this government has time and again proved that it has acted as a facilitator. And where we see that the net result of that is that we are moving from a hard-working nation to a smart-working nation. And the results can be seen all around. So I think we have now a creation of an ecosystem where, even private investment is going to grow on a geometric progression basis, which we have been seen as lacking in the past.
Yeah. All right. Can I just be told whether Mr. Subramaniam has joined and we can go to him because he's going to be an important voice. He's at the IMF now and he's the former Chief Economic Advisor to the government and I'm told he's at the CII.
If we have 10 seconds.
All right. Mr. Subramaniam is through with us and let me take this to Suesha. Suesha is with him. Okay, or we can directly ask. We can take the questions directly to him. Okay. Very good morning to you, sir, and welcome on this broadcast. Of course, but I'm told on your request that this has to be in Hindi. तो मैं हिंदी में आपसे पूछता हूँ कि ये जो अभी कुछ दिन पहले नीति आयोग के आंकड़े आए थे कि 25 करोड़ की आबादी भारत की मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी से बाहर आ गई है. प्रधानमंत्री ने कल कहा, मिस्टर सुब्रमण्यम, आर यू गेटिंग मी?
I don't want to go on air and then have a confusion.
Fair enough.
Let's make sure. But what is coming, they're speaking to me in English.
They are speaking to you in English.
No, मैं हिंदी में ही बात कर रहा हूं आपसे. I think he missed. मैं हिंदी में ही बात कर रहा हूं सुब्रमण्यम साहब आपसे. Okay, I think there was some audio issue there, and we'll go back to him in a bit. Aditi, you can, Suesha can tell him that I was asking the question in Hindi, and because that's a request that has come from him. Okay, can we get him? Okay, fair enough. Coming back to this, the question that I was going to ask him, Mr. Jindal, you wanted to add to it?
Yeah, there's one thing which I would have loved to ask Subramaniam Saab was, of course, in Hindi. Everything is goody, बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है, बहुत खूबसूरत लग रहा है, but जनाब एक दिक्कत, एक तकलीफ है हमें अभी तक. CPI इन्फ्लेशन अभी थोड़ा सर उठाना शुरू कर गई है. ठीक है, ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन इश्यूज आर देयर, बट स्टिल CPI इन्फ्लेशन टुडे इज एट 5.69%, very close, rather dangerously close to the 6% band which RBI has given 4 to 6%. So I think there is going to be a lot of focus on inflation reduction this budget. Inflation is going to be a key issue, and we all remember there are two issues which opposition always takes: unemployment and inflation. So I think I'll reiterate, perhaps there's going to be a big cut on excise on petrol and diesel, perhaps 5 rupees.
We'll come to that.
Yeah.
We'll come to the expectations bit. but मुझे बताया जा रहा है कि केवी सुब्रमण्यम साहब हमारे साथ फिर से जुड़ गए हैं और हम उनसे हिंदी में प्रश्न करेंगे। सुप्रभात आपको सुब्रमण्यम सर। और मैं आपसे पूछ रहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कल कहा है कि ये जो हमारा अंतरिम बजट होगा वो एक दिशा निर्देशक बजट होगा। आपका जो अनुभव रहा है नॉर्थ ब्लॉक का, उसके हिसाब से और अब जो आपका अनुभव है आईएमएफ पे, उसके हिसाब से यू हैव बोथ बर्ड्स आई व्यू एंड द वर्म्स आई व्यू, आपके पास दोनों विजन है। उसके हिसाब से आप बताएं कि क्या देश को आशा रखनी चाहिए आज जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारामन हमारे साथ 11 बजे देश के साथ संवाद करेंगी।
अभिषेक, पहली बात तो हमें ध्यान में रखना है कि ये जो बजट है ये वोट ऑन अकाउंट है, यानी कि सरकार जो है पार्लियामेंट से खर्च के लिए 3 महीने जब तक नई सरकार नहीं आ जाती और उसका बजट पेश नहीं होता, उसके लिए खर्च के लिए जो है जो प्रेजेंटेशन है वो कर रही है बजट। तो इसलिए ये इसमें जो प्रावधान है सारे साल के लिए प्रावधान नहीं होंगे, ये कुछ महीनों के लिए होंगे। दूसरी बात ये कि क्योंकि अर्थव्यवस्था जो है अच्छी स्थिति में है, यदि आप देखें पिछले साल जो है 7.2% की वृद्धि दर आई थी, इस साल अनुमान है एनएसएसओ का कि 7.3% का विकास दर दर्ज होगा। तो अर्थव्यवस्था जो है अच्छी स्थिति में है, इन्फ्लेशन भी कंट्रोल में है, जो बैंड है आपका 2 से 6% उसके अंदर में है। फिस्कल डेफिसिट जो पाथ है वो एक्चुअली उसको मेरे अनुसार वित्त मंत्री साहिबा उसको एक्चुअली फॉलो करेंगी। तो ओवरऑल मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कोई बहुत ज़्यादा बिग बैंग करेंगे, क्योंकि जो पहले नीतियाँ जो अमल की गई हैं उनका अच्छा असर आया है, तो वही आगे दोहराएंगे और शायद 1-2 और अच्छे कदम आ सकते हैं। मुझे ध्यान है जब मैं सरकार में था 2019 में पीएम किसान और जो स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन है उसको बढ़ाया गया था, तो एक्चुअली वैसे ही 1-2 कदम मुझे लगता है पीएम किसान में उसकी जो लागत है वो बढ़ाई जाएगी, शायद 6,000 से 8,000 किया जा सकता है, और महिलाओं के लिए शायद कुछ कदम हो, ये मेरा अनुमान है।
जी, चूंकि आपने मेंशन किया कि ये कंसोलिडेशन बजट हो सकता है, बहुत बड़ा बिग बैंग नहीं होगा, तो मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि अभी शायद पिछले हफ्ते नीति आयोग कुछ आंकड़े लेकर आए थे। उन्होंने कहा था कि 25 करोड़ भारतीय नागरिक मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी से, गरीबी से बाहर आए हैं पिछले 9 सालों में। तो स्वाभाविक है उसका सीधा नाता है सरकार ने 2014 से लेके अब तक जो स्कीम्स, प्रोजेक्ट्स और पॉलिसीज लाए हैं, जनधन से लेके, आधार से लेके, मोबाइल जो जैम ट्रिनिटी जिसे कहते थे, उसके अलावा ये जो डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हुआ है, उसके अलावा आयुष्मान, उज्ज्वला, तो आपको लगता है कि अब जो प्रधानमंत्री बात करते हैं विकसित भारत की, प्रधानमंत्री बात करते हैं एक भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था की जो तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी कुछ सालों में, प्रधानमंत्री जो बात करते हैं कि हर नागरिक को सैचुरेशन कवरेज मिले, तो इस अंतरिम बजट में वोट ऑन अकाउंट में उसके कुछ दिशा निर्देश, कुछ इशारे मिलेंगे।
ये अच्छी बात कही है आपने। यदि हम पिछले करीब 10 सालों में जो देखें तो ये जैम तिकड़ी जो है जनधन, आधार, मोबाइल और पब्लिक डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से हमारे जो गरीब हैं उनको जो वेलफेयर पेमेंट्स हैं, डायरेक्टेड पेमेंट्स सीधे उनके बैंक अकाउंट में, बैंक खातों में जाए, करीब 52 करोड़ जनधन अकाउंट बनाए गए हैं। और मैं आईएमएफ के बोर्ड में ये हमेशा देखता हूँ कि बाकी जो देश के जो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर्स हैं, मेरे जो कोलीग्स हैं, वो एक्चुअली काफ़ी आश्चर्यचकित रहते हैं हमारे जो पब्लिक डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसको देखकर। जैसे मैं उनको बतलाता हूं कि बाकी देशों में महामारी के समय वो एक्चुअली चेक्स उन्होंने भेजा, हम तो सिर्फ एक बटन क्लिक करके हमने एक्चुअली सारे लोगों को पैसे भेज दिए, तो वो पब्लिक डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कारण हुआ। तो ये जो बजट है इसमें दिशा ज़रूर दिखाई जाएगी। और यदि आप ध्यान दें तो महामारी के बाद ही काफ़ी दिशा बदलाव आया है। कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर पे काफ़ी जोर दिया गया है। वो कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर पावर सेक्टर में हुआ है, रोड्स में, रेलवेज में, ताकि जो ट्रैवल कॉस्ट है उसको कम की जाए, पावर की जो कॉस्ट है हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर फर्म्स को वो भी कम हो जाए। तो इन सब का ये काफ़ी दिशा दिखाया गया है। वही दिशा को मेरे अनुसार और इसको
सुब्रमण्यम साहब
इस बजट में विजन दिखाया जाएगा। कदम
सॉरी टू बी इंटरप्टिंग, पर आपने एक बड़ी दिलचस्प बात कही कि जब आप आईएमएफ पे बोर्ड पे होते हैं तो लोग बड़े आश्चर्यचकित होते हैं। आप बताइए, क्या ऐसा होता है कई बार के लोग आपको कॉफी पर बुलाते हैं आईएमएफ में सीखने के लिए कि भारत ने ये कैसे किया?
कई बार एक्चुअली वहाँ पे जो वार्तालाप होती है उसमें कई लोग पूछते हैं कि क्या किया आप लोगों ने जिसके चलते इतना अच्छा जो पब्लिक डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना है। तो उसमें मैं एक आध दो बातें मैं ज़रूर कहता हूँ। एक ये कि यदि आप देखें बाकी देशों में जो इस तरह की डिजिटल इन गुड्स जो बनाई गई हैं वो एक्चुअली प्राइवेट कंपनियां बनाई हैं, और जब प्राइवेट कंपनियां बनाती हैं तो उससे हम जो अर्थशास्त्री कहते हैं मोनोपोली बन जाता है, और मोनोपोली में जब भी वो जो दाम होता है वो दाम ज़्यादा रहता है, तो इससे जो है सारे जो आबादी है, पूरी आबादी उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पाती। इसके विपरीत यदि भारत में देखें तो भारत में हम ये सरकार ने इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बनाया है, और इसके चलते सारी जो आबादी है और हमारे जो गरीब हैं उनको इसका एक्सेस दिया गया है। इसलिए जो हमारी पब्लिक डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है ये काफ़ी इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट के लिए काफ़ी बड़ी कदम है। तो इसको सुनकर तो काफ़ी आश्चर्यचकित रहते हैं। आईएमएफ का एक पेपर भी आया है अभी कुछ महीने पहले, जिसमें इस पर काफ़ी गहराई से बात की गई है और बाकी देशों के लिए क्या सीख है वो भी बताई गई है।
जी सुब्रमण्यम साहब, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि क्योंकि आप आईएमएफ पे भी हैं अभी, और आईएमएफ ने बहुत अच्छी तस्वीर 2 दिन पहले भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था की दी है और इकोनॉमी का ग्रोथ रेट अपवर्ड रिवाइज किया है। तो वॉशिंगटन डीसी में, न्यूयॉर्क में, दुनिया में बाहर, क्योंकि ये बहुत आलोचना होती है कि भाई मोदी सरकार एक ही किस्म की तस्वीर पेश करती है, पर बाहर से चाइना इंडिया का कंपैरिजन, बाहर से यूरोप की इकोनॉमी इंडिया का कंपैरिजन जब होता है तो लोग किस तरह की बात करते हैं?
पहली बात तो ये हमेशा हर एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर और स्टाफ जो हैं वो साफ साफ इसको रिकग्नाइज करते हैं कि भारत जो है अभी सबसे तेज़ बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था, बड़ी इकोनॉमीज़ में सबसे तेज़ बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था है। तो उसमें कोई दोहराई नहीं है। जैसे हम हिंदी में कहते हैं कि हाथ कंगन को आरसी क्या, जो हमारी जो जीडीपी ग्रोथ दर है वो 7.2, 7.3 आ रही है। तो आंकड़े साफ हैं, आंकड़ों से देख रहे हैं। और जब चीन के मुकाबले या फिर बाकी देशों के मुकाबले जब बात आती है तो ये एक मुद्दा आता है कि चीन में जो अभी जिस तरह की जो पॉपुलेशन में उनमें जो नेगेटिव इफ़ेक्ट्स आ रही हैं, क्योंकि उनका जो 1 चाइल्ड पॉलिसी था उसके चलते वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन जो है करीब अगले 20-30 सालों में काफ़ी घटेगी, 1/3 यानी कि करीब 33%। तो उससे कंजम्पशन में और उससे जो लेबर फोर्स में उसमें भी काफ़ी असर पड़ेगा। तो ये जो है काफ़ी इसमें बातचीत होती है आईएमएफ में। और वैसे ही बाकी जो देश हैं विकसित देशों में, उनमें सब में जो पॉपुलेशन है वो काफ़ी अभी बूढ़ी हो रही है, और उसके कारण जो फिस्कल जो प्रॉब्लम्स आएंगी उसका भी काफ़ी विश्लेषण होता है। इसके मुकाबले भारत ये हर कोई एक्चुअली इसको पहचानता है कि भारत की पॉपुलेशन अभी काफ़ी यंग है, और 2050 तक भारत की जो डेमोग्राफी है वो एक्चुअली पॉजिटिव रहेगी, और उसके चलते भारत का विकास दर जो है काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा।
सुब्रमण्यम साहब, सॉरी, मैं फिर से एक बार और आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, क्योंकि आप जब यहां पे नॉर्थ ब्लॉक में थे तो जब आप मुख्य आर्थिक सलाहकार थे तो आप एक शायद ये थाली इंडेक्स कुछ बात कर रहे थे कि इन्फ्लेशन का कैसे असर होता है, गरीब पर कैसे असर पड़ता है, अर्बन एरिया में, रूरल एरिया में जो असर पड़ता है वो कैसे पड़ता है। तो ये मुद्रास्फीति के हिसाब से देखें, क्योंकि गरीबी के लिए इन्फ्लेशन इज द मोस्ट डेंजरस थिंग, बहुत तकलीफ देता है आपको। जो इन्फ्लेशन मैनेजमेंट है नॉर्थ ब्लॉक और आरबीआई के बीच में, वो कैसा लग रहा है, और उस पर कोई चिंता का विषय आपको दिखता है या सब कंट्रोल में है?
इसमें ये एक पहलू है मैं जो आपको बतलाऊं कि यदि आप देखें विकसित देशों में चूंकि उन्होंने महामारी के समय बहुत ज़्यादा खर्चा किया, जो कि भारत ने नहीं किया, भारत ने काफ़ी सूझबूझ से खर्चा किया, तो जो इन्फ्लेशन है वहाँ पे जो पिछले 2 सालों में करीब 2.5-3 गुना उनके जो हिस्टोरिकल एवरेज उसके मुकाबले रहा। इसके विपरीत यदि भारत में देखें तो भारत में जो इन्फ्लेशन है वो हिस्टोरिकल एवरेज से करीब कम, वो करीब 90% यानी कि कम रहा है। तो चूंकि जब भी हम किसी भी मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक मेट्रिक के बारे में बात करते हैं, इंडिकेटर के बारे में, तो ये जो वैश्विक स्थिति है उसको समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो जहाँ विकसित देश एक्चुअली काफ़ी उसमें जूझ रहे थे इन्फ्लेशन को कंट्रोल लाने के लिए और 2.5-3 गुना इन्फ्लेशन ज़्यादा हो रहा था, वहाँ पे भारत का जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो काफ़ी अच्छा है, क्योंकि महामारी का, और ये एक चीज़ भारत ने बहुत अच्छा किया कि 2020 में मैं सरकार में था एक्चुअली, इसलिए भागीदार था, तो हमने जो है महामारी का असर सप्लाई साइड पे पड़ेगा ये मार्च अप्रैल में ही हम 2020 में समझ चुके थे, इसीलिए सप्लाई और डिमांड का जो मिश्रण है नीतियां ऐसी अपनाई। ये बाकी देश उन्होंने ऐसे नहीं किया, सिर्फ डिमांड पे ध्यान दिया, जिसके कारण उनका इन्फ्लेशन इतना अच्छा है, इतना ज़्यादा आया है। तो भारत की जो स्थिति है काफ़ी अच्छी है, उसमें और काम करना ज़रूरी है। मैं तो हमेशा इम्पेशेंट रहता हूँ कि एक्चुअली यदि आप बताएं कि 5.5% इन्फ्लेशन है तो उसको 5% किया जाए, यदि 7.5% विकास दर है तो उसको 8% किया जाए, तो वो तो हमेशा वैसा एक पहल रहना ही चाहिए।
जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुब्रमण्यम साहब हमारे साथ ये संवाद करने के लिए। आई थिंक यू हैव रियली सेट द कॉन्टूर्स जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था है उसकी अभी की परिस्थिति, तस्वीर और जो हालात हैं, जिस परिप्रेक्ष्य में वित्त मंत्री हमारी आज अपना अंतरिम बजट और उसकी जो स्पीच है वो देंगी 11 बजे। Thank you so much, Mr. Subramanian, for joining us, Executive Director of the International Monetary Fund. He is, of course, as of now in Delhi, but then he is also former Chief Economic Advisor of the Ministry of Finance. But on that note, I have to introduce Sumitra Goenka. She is joining us on the panel. She is Director of the Center for Knowledge Sovereignty. But on that note, also, I have to slip into a short break. We come back, and on the other side, I'm going to ask each of the panelists, what are the expectations? मुझे क्या मिलने वाला है? Let's take a break and come back.
Technology is rapidly reshaping agriculture in India, creating investment opportunities, lifting up rural areas and feeding the world.
We are promoting natural farming as well as ടെക്നോളജി-എനേബിൾഡ് ഫാർമിംഗ്.
എൻ്റെ പേര് സമീർ. ഞാനൊരു IT പ്രൊഫഷണലായിരുന്നു. 2018 കൃഷിയോടുള്ള താല്പര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ജോലി ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചു നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഏകദേശം 400 ഏക്കറോളം ഞാൻ നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നു. തുടക്കം എനിക്ക് നെൽകൃഷി വളരെ നഷ്ടമായിരുന്നു. എങ്ങനെ കൃഷി ലാഭമാക്കാം എന്ന് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ചിന്തിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഡ്രോൺ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഉള്ള നെൽകൃഷിയെപ്പറ്റി ഞാൻ ആലോചിക്കുകയും ആ ഡ്രോൺ വാങ്ങാൻ തീരുമാനിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു.
With government initiatives, India's agriculture sector has witnessed robust growth with an average annual growth rate of 4.6% over the last 6 years.
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aww, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a Tycoon. Volkswagen.
In shadows of light, driving into the wild. Surprise. Tossing beer in the wild. Keep it wild. The new Sonnet.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
We're on our way.
Tata.tv.
मैं तुमसे तराजू। कितनी देर कर दी आने में, कितने परेशान थे हम तुम्हारे बिना। तुम्हें कुछ हमारा ख्याल था कि नहीं? मेरी और दीदी की तो पढ़ाई तक छूट गई थी, तुम तो थे नहीं। माँ ने कितनी ठोकरें खाई है, तुम सोच भी नहीं सकते। उनकी सेहत कितनी बिगड़ने लगी थी भाई साहब। हर महीने कोई ना कोई बीमारी, डॉक्टर के भी पैसे कहाँ थे हमारे पास। पर जब से तुम आए हो ना, तब से सारी परेशानी की छुट्टी हो गई। अब तुम संभालो, हम तो भैया चले स्कूल को।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में सिर्फ 4 सालों में 3 करोड़ से 14 करोड़ ग्रामीण घरों में नल से शुद्ध जल।
कष्टों की छुट्टी, मोदी की गारंटी।
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
आयुष्मान कार्ड गरीब के इलाज के लिए 5 लाख रुपए की गारंटी है और ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
आदरणीय मोदी जी, आज मेरे पापा फिर से काम पर जाने लगे हैं। पर कुछ महीने पहले जब उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, तब अगर आयुष्मान कार्ड नहीं होता तो क्या मेरे पापा कभी फिर से चल फिर पाते? डॉक्टर अंकल ने हमें आयुष्मान कार्ड के बारे में बताया और फिर पापा का ऑपरेशन, दवाई, जांच उस बड़े अस्पताल में सब मुफ्त हुआ। आपका धन्यवाद। चुटकी।
देश भर में 6 करोड़ लोगों ने आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत मुफ्त इलाज करवाया। 30 करोड़ लोगों ने आयुष्मान कार्ड बनवाकर मोदी सरकार की 5 लाख रुपए के मुफ्त उपचार की गारंटी पाई। आप भी आज ही आयुष्मान ऐप से घर बैठे अपना आयुष्मान कार्ड बनवाएं।
All right, welcome back, friends. These are live pictures coming in of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and her team, the 2 ministers of state, and then the Finance Ministry bureaucracy. You can see the secretaries of all the departments, the Finance Secretary, the Secretary of Expenditure, Revenue Secretary, Chief Economic Advisor, everyone there in this picture with, of course, that red thing in the hand, which is the budget. The interim budget, of course, but nevertheless, the speech is going to be about, remember, irrespective of the fact that this is vote on account or interim budget, this is an election budget. And if not an election budget, it's definitely an election budget speech. So obviously, the finance minister is going to use the opportunity to sort of bring into sharp relief the Modinomics, the governance, the future going forward, and the Prime Minister announced it's going to be a Disha Nirdeshak budget. Finance Minister showing off the red parcel, the Bahi Khata of the budget, which contains all the documents. On that note, we slip into a short break again, and I come back on the other side with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami.
स्विच तो मेहमान नवाजी तो बनती है। The new Hyundai Creta.
Undisputed.
Ultimate.
Technology is rapidly reshaping agriculture in India, creating investment opportunities, lifting up rural areas and feeding the world.
We are promoting natural farming as well as technology-enabled farming.
എൻ്റെ പേര് സമീർ, ഞാനൊരു IT പ്രൊഫഷണലായിരുന്നു. 2018 കൃഷിയോടുള്ള താല്പര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ജോലി ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചു നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഏകദേശം 400 ഏക്കറോളം ഞാൻ നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നു. തുടക്കം എനിക്ക് നെൽകൃഷി വളരെ നഷ്ടമായിരുന്നു. എങ്ങനെ കൃഷി ലാഭമാക്കാം എന്ന് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ചിന്തിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഡ്രോൺ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഉള്ള നെൽകൃഷിയെപ്പറ്റി ഞാൻ ആലോചിക്കുകയും ആ ഡ്രോൺ വാങ്ങാൻ തീരുമാനിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു.
With government initiatives, India's agriculture sector has witnessed robust growth with an average annual growth rate of 4.6% over the last 6 years.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
हम पहली बार आए हैं, लेकिन जैसे सुन रहे थे वैसा ही मिल रहा है हमको, उससे अच्छा मिल रहा है बल्कि। अभी यहाँ स्टेशन के एकदम कायाकल्प, स्टेशन तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम एयरपोर्ट में आ गए हैं, जैसे बिल्कुल एयरपोर्ट जैसी सुविधा है यहाँ पे सब। लगता ही नहीं कि रेलवे स्टेशन मतलब अपना इंडिया का रेलवे स्टेशन इस टाइप के भी हो सकते हैं।
संस्कृति और आधुनिकता का अनोखा मेल और किसी भी एयरपोर्ट से अधिक खूबसूरत अयोध्या धाम रेलवे स्टेशन को कई आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस किया गया है। इस रेलवे स्टेशन को कुल 3 चरण में विकसित किया जा रहा है, जिसका पहला चरण पूरा हो चुका है। इस रेलवे स्टेशन में यात्रियों की सुविधाओं के लिए फूड प्लाजा, वेटिंग हॉल, बच्चों की देखभाल के लिए रूम, क्लॉक रूम जैसी कई सुविधाएं मौजूद हैं। अयोध्या के रेलवे स्टेशन को रोजाना 1 लाख यात्रियों को हैंडल करने के हिसाब से विकसित किया गया है।
TV
60 वर्ष की आयु के बाद 3,000 रुपये की नियमित मासिक पेंशन तय है।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, असंगठित क्षेत्र के कामगारों को मिलेगी पेंशन। प्रधानमंत्री श्रम योगी मानधन योजना से असंगठित क्षेत्र के कामगारों को पेंशन का सहारा मिला। 60 वर्ष की उम्र के बाद हर महीने उनके खाते में आएगी 3,000 रुपए की पेंशन। 18 से 40 वर्ष के कामगार जो 15,000 या उससे कम कमाते हैं, इस योजना से जुड़ सकते हैं। कामगारों को पेंशन के लिए हर महीने अपनी उम्र के हिसाब से जमा कराने होते हैं 55 से 200 रुपए। लाभार्थी की मृत्यु के मामले में पति या पत्नी को पेंशन मिलती है। नामांकन के लिए नजदीकी CSC जाएं। आप भी योजना से जुड़ें और लाभ उठाएं। कामगार पेंशन से भविष्य सुरक्षित बनाएं। विकसित भारत की ओर कदम बढ़ाएं।
Kia, movement that inspires.
Technology is rapidly reshaping agriculture in India, creating investment opportunities, lifting up rural areas and feeding the world.
We are promoting natural farming as well as technology-enabled farming.
എൻ്റെ പേര് സമീർ, ഞാനൊരു IT പ്രൊഫഷണലായിരുന്നു. 2018 കൃഷിയോടുള്ള താല്പര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ജോലി ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചു നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഏകദേശം 400 ഏക്കറോളം ഞാൻ നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നു. തുടക്കം എനിക്ക് നെൽകൃഷി വളരെ നഷ്ടമായിരുന്നു. എങ്ങനെ കൃഷി ലാഭമാക്കാം എന്ന് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ചിന്തിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഡ്രോൺ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഉള്ള നെൽകൃഷിയെപ്പറ്റി ഞാൻ ആലോചിക്കുകയും ആ ഡ്രോൺ വാങ്ങാൻ തീരുമാനിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു.
With government initiatives, India's agriculture sector has witnessed robust growth with an average annual growth rate of 4.6% over the last 6 years.
All right, welcome back, friends. As we build up to that interim budget speech by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in an hour from now, we're joined in by Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. He's live with us. Over to you. And we have been discussing, Arnab, about what it's going to be like, populist, not populist, and going forward, as Prime Minister said, Disha Nirdeshak budget.
Well, don't say over to me, because I will push it back to you, because you have all the guests out there and the experts in the studio, and the question you should be asking them, maybe start with the macroeconomic guru PK Basu, is whether the government will go populist. And I would begin by saying that the government has all the legroom to go completely populist. It has kept a very, very tight measure on the fiscal deficit. The nature of Mr. Modi's governance is not populist. He has been able to successfully separate, right from the time he was Chief Minister of Gujarat to now, the need between populism, political populism, and macroeconomics, which makes him such a great person in terms of providing the support to the Finance Minister to take the harsh decisions. Yet, PK, this is a financial year, Sharmila. It's an election year. It's an election year. And you have to remember that though Narendra Modi is a very different kind of politician, at the end of the day, he's still a politician. He's not going to take the populist measures. He's not desperate. He's going to sweep the elections. He knows this. There is no competition. But will he use the legroom? Because, you know, you have only 55% of the annual estimate of the target government fiscal deficit, which was released according to the Controller of General Accounts yesterday, which means that the Modi government has been able to achieve the impossible. It's got a real decline in the fiscal deficit, though there has been an increase in government spending. But that is absolutely magical. A huge decline in fiscal deficit, huge increase in government spending to fuel growth, basically because of the tax collections. And then you have a great prognosis going ahead. The overall numbers are good. IMF's happy. So my question to the panel will be, you know, with such fantastic vitals, will the politicians take over and say, yes, let's go in for a few measures at this point of time, which help us take the number from 350 to 400?
Well, the Modi government will never go full populist, but you're absolutely right that the fiscal deficit in the first 9 months of the fiscal year is only 55% of the full year target. So there is a lot of headroom to boost spending in the final couple of months, perhaps cut taxes, cut tax rates for personal income tax and other tax rates, including reducing excise duties on petroleum products to enable inflation to come down further. Now, I think it's important. Inflation actually was high last year primarily because they started providing free food grain. When free food grain was provided to 800 million people, what that meant was that non-PDS food grain prices rose sharply. But compared to that, this year, we're going to see inflation coming down anyway from January, February, March. So in January, February, March, inflation will be a lot lower anyway. I think it'll be well below 5%. But if they additionally cut excise duties on some of the other petroleum products apart from LPG, which has already been cut sharply at the end of August, then that will reduce inflation even further and be another feel-good factor for the typical voter. So I think that there is a lot of headroom to do that because, as you correctly pointed out, direct tax revenue is growing very strongly. Personal and corporate tax provide about 53% of tax revenue, and that those are both growing over 20% year on year. So I think, first of all, that tells you that the economy is in rude health. Only an economy that is growing strongly can deliver such direct tax growth. In terms of GST, every month you see GST growing well over 10%. So that too indicates that nominal GDP is continuing to be strong. Nominal private consumption is obviously strong. Otherwise, how do you get GST revenue growing at that sort of pace? So you basically have
I think Akash also wanted to add to that. Akash wanted to add to that. I think I see his hand go up there. Point is, out here you got capital expenditure which is zooming, which is really rising. Capital expenditure is really, really rising. But your GST collections are going up by 10, 11%. You know, there's this whole whirlwind going on out there which is telling the government, go ahead, do it. Spend more on capex. Invest in your growth. You know, even your growth is projected over 7%. I think if Narendra Modi wants to be really dramatic in encouraging the finance minister, then Nirmala Sitharaman will commit even more on capex. Because you had 4.9 trillion rupees earlier. You've already got this number going up to about 67% of the annual estimate. I think the government will go for turbocharged economic growth, Akash, with massive further investments in capex. I think if you're looking at this as a bill of expenditure, I think they're going to spend a lot more. What do you think?
Yes.
I think they're going to announce much more spending and surprise people today.
Exactly, Arno. Last year it was 10 lakh crore, and what I expect this year, because last year what they planned and decided that has been successful, creating jobs, created GDP growth. GST collection this month, 1.72 lakh crore, highest second ever. So all this has actually translated into growth and welfare both. So we have already seen 24 crore 80 lakh people coming out of multi-dimensional poverty index, inclusive growth in this Modi government. So what I expect is to be plethora of welfare schemes, welfare measures. Kisan Samman Nidhi, what I expect is it may be doubled to 12,000 rupees, plus crop insurance also, the allocation is going to be increased, and personal tax also, people were not expecting, but I expect that there would be lot exemptions. Rupees 50,000 exemption could be added to personal income tax, plus housing. This government has always said housing for everyone. So housing finance section 24B, what I expect is another additional 50,000 rupees for 24B. And remember, during New Year, we were expecting a gift as far as cut in excise for petrol and diesel. What I expect is that now perhaps 5 rupees could be cut on petrol and diesel also, because the government has wonderfully spent the financial year till now. Plus, what may happen is tender deduction also may increase, and ATC also there could be some increment. So I think it is going to be a budget of both welfare and growth. Economic prudence, fiscal prudence, we have already seen that's there in the government. So I think the government is definitely, as we talk in cricketing terms, going to open the face of the bat. That's what they are going to do.
At this stage, let me take a quick word on everyone at this stage. And as you see, Nirmala Sitharaman, I think, you know, she's done such an incredible job. We have to give full credit to Nirmala Sitharaman out there. I mean, we have to talk about what she's done. Sharmila, she's been most underrated in the past, and she's been a fantastic performer. And where we stand economically right now is something that we need to talk about. I mean, we are taking things for granted. We need to give a pat on the back right now. Look at our GST collections. We got the second highest GST collection in the since the new tax regime started. You saw the data released yesterday. It's incredible. 172,000 crores. That means we have the money to do things for the people of this country, right?
Right, Arnab, and
and I think this government will. What do you think? Especially with the political confidence it has.
Absolutely, Arnab, and she has been extremely bold in her steps towards increasing the CAPEX allocation over the last couple of years that you have said just now. And even this year, as our guest just mentioned, that we can escalate further from the $10 trillion that was allocated last year. So, yeah, and we really do not need to be extremely populist, because we are already doing a fantastic job, because India's economy today is a casebook study for the world, you know. Look at the US economy. The leading economy is debt-ridden. Economies like Germany have crashed. We are now completely a case, as an emerging economy. The world has nowhere to go but to invest in India. Look at the FII inflows. All these are showing where India is headed, and we do not really need to make any extra populist measure to make a point, because the Modi government has been making a point over the last 10 years, as we can see, Arnab. Over the last 10 years.
No, I think that, you know, let me get a quick word from everyone. And I think we have Mr. Ramakrishnan TS joining us. He's a very well-known public finance expert from Bengaluru. What's your take, sir? No, I don't have the line there with Mr. Ramakrishnan. Jim Rogers is joining us live, I'm told. Hi, Jim. How are you? Since I don't have the guests on my monitor, I can only estimate. Jim, how are you? Good morning. Louder for Jim. Jim, good morning. Can't hear Jim in the foldback in the studio. We're having some audio issues. Jim, why are you muting yourself? Jim, unmute yourself.
That was a jibe item.
Where is Jim? Jim, unmute yourself. Abhishek, Jim has muted himself. Jim, this is called self-inflicted injury. I don't have Jim with me, so let's get everyone in on that. So Abhishek, let me work you up a little bit out here. Okay, you know the Prime Minister well in the sense that you've covered him very, 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 very closely. You read his mind, you know the legacy he's building for himself and the track record he has for the country. What kind of risk is he going to take today?
Risk, you said, or no? What kind of risk he's going to take?
Yes, what kind of risk would he want to take? Or would he want to take any risks at all?
Well, I would say, or no, he would not take a risk because he need not. The kind of comfort zone he seems to be in, he never takes anything, he never gets into a comfort zone. But the numbers are so good for him that there is a leeway to increase allocations, and that's not a risk. There is a leeway to address the 4 constituencies that he has earmarked, which is the poor, the youth, the women and the farmers. So you can expect increased allocations for direct benefit transfer schemes. You can expect increased allocations for the women, particularly, Arnab, I am hearing, it could be breaking news in fact, that something on the lines of the Ladli Behna Yojana of Madhya Pradesh, you could see a scheme coming in for the women of the country at large, and I think that's going to be one big political statement with the Prime Minister's government addressing Nari Shakti through this interim budget. Apart from that, of course, a lot of consolidation measures to be in place. Prime Minister himself had said that this interim budget would be indicative of what's going to come. So I think in the Goldilocks moment that Indian economy is going through, or no, there is a lot of leeway, a lot of lateral freedom to the Finance Minister, and of course Prime Minister backing it in terms of increasing allocations to the respective constituencies and to focus on the schemes in a manner that over the next couple of months, by the time the elections are over and the government comes back with a full budget, we are already looking at saturation coverage.
I think
saturation coverage of schemes like Ujjwala, Ayushman, digital public infrastructure. I mean, it's everything.
You know what happens, and we have our old friend Ashish Wakankar also joining us now. We have Ashish Wakankar joining us now. Ashish, good morning. Like every budget day, you know, we all appear on our screen. Suddenly, it's good to see you. I haven't spoken to you in months now. Ashish, can you hear me? If you can hear me, do a big high five, because I'm sitting here in our Kolkata studios, anchoring here. I need you to gesticulate at me and tell me that you're on, okay? Ashish? Okay, Ashish, this is terrible. You know, technology actually weakens us. I've come to the conclusion. I could just pick up a phone and speak to Ashish. Okay, I think he can speak to me right now. So Ashish, good morning. Good morning. Here is a moment of opportunity. Here is a moment of opportunity. The Congress bunged up the Indian economy with policy paralysis, loaded and ineffective subsidies, a low, terrible manufacturing base, a mess in the informal sector, a total disaster and collapse of agricultural productivity. Now, 10 years hence, where are we placed, and what does the government need to do? I'm tired of hearing, oh, this is an interim budget, you can't do anything. I'm among those people who believe you need to pull water out of a rock. We need to do something, right? And I think even if the Prime Minister says, I'm going to present my full budget in June, July, he's absolutely right. And I'm sure that maybe Nirmala Sitharaman will present her next budget. But what can we do as of now to send a message for the next 4 months? Do we have him? We don't have him. Sharmila can take that forward with the other guests. till this audio mess gets cleared up. Yeah, Sharmila.
Arnab, I think we need to discuss the China-India comparison at this moment before we move into the finance minister announcing the budget, because this is the opportunity to celebrate, how India has come forward so fast and actually is targeting to be the third largest economy. It's going to be the China. It's already the China plus one alternative for the world. Tell us, Mr. Basu, how the world is increasingly finding confidence in India. We have seen this clearly in the last fiscal, where the FIIs which moved out in the previous fiscal have come back with their faith back in India.
Yes, so I think if you look at just the equity markets, India by all measures is looking expensive. The PE ratio for the market is relatively high compared to other emerging markets. Despite that, in the first month of 2024, India has had a positive month for the equity market, whereas China has continued to weaken. In fact, there's talk in China of the government buying stocks. I mean, that is actually, if they are even considering it, that is the most extreme step you can take. It's a sign of extreme weakness if the government wants to spend 2% of GDP buying stocks in the stock market. That's only being considered. I don't think it will happen. But the point is that is one aspect. The other aspect is on the actual ground level. You're seeing that Apple, for instance, is increasingly moving its production to India at the margins, of course. Now, about 7 to 10% of its global production is in India. Within the next 2 or 3 years, it'll be 25%. The new Apple iPhone 16 is going to be manufactured in India from day one onwards. So that is a significant shift. Samsung has its largest manufacturing facility in Noida and is ramping it up. It's not only ramping it up, but it's also producing not just smartphones, but the adjacent category of laptops. Laptop computers are being produced in Noida as well. So you're beginning to see a spread of manufacturing activity. I think the opportunity that is still not fully taken advantage of by India is in labor-intensive manufacturing. So India's exports of textiles, garments, shoes, toys are only about 1/9 of China's. The cost of production in China is much higher. So really, I think over the next 2 or 3 years, that is the opportunity. If India can grab even 1/3 of the share that China has in world exports of textiles and garments, then that itself could create 50 to 100 million good paying jobs in manufacturing. So that I think is the opportunity. The labor market reforms that have been undertaken, once they're notified, I think will provide the basis.
Now, one minute, just as we are having some technical snags out there, but I think technology is going to really shape the employment base of India. And now that we are talking about unemployment so much, how do you think that this manufacturing expansion and AI-based technology coming in, how is this going to really shape the employment and job market in India over the next decade or so?
Definitely. See, the wonderful things we are having, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these things are definitely going to have lot of employment opportunities, and the sort of FDI we are targeting. See, global world is posing confidence in India. Throughout the world, people are eyeing India, whether it's FDI, whether it's FII, and the moment we have that sort of FDI coming into India, which was going at one point in time in China, we'll have huge plants employing 15,000, 20,000 people, because it's manufacturing which is going to generate jobs. Plus, of course, what we are going to spend in capex. Capex is a huge job generator. See, now the unemployment figures people are talking about, but this unemployment figure is when we are having the highest population in the world. Our population is growing at a fast pace. Still, the unemployment numbers are comparable with many of the other countries. So we are generating employment, and manufacturing is going to boost lots and lots of employment opportunities. You were also talking about FII. Let me talk. Sensex, 15th January, 73,000. Then 22nd January, we had the fourth highest market capitalization in the entire world. What does this show? The entire world is posing confidence in India, whether it's US, Europe, Gulf, Australia, from
Right.
everywhere. Indian
Right.
markets are being tracked and being invested in.
Okay, so I think we are already building up to the moment where anytime now we'll get pictures of the finance minister meeting the president and presenting a copy of the budget to the president, as is customary. As is customary, I'm told Mr. Sumit Mehra is also with us, and I think Sumit Mehta, I beg your pardon, he's a chartered accountant live from Mumbai. So what's the view like from Mumbai, Mr. Mehta, and what should be the expectations? What are your expectations actually from Finance Minister's address, which is going to be there in a while from now?
Thank you, Arnab. I believe, firstly, this budget will not be a populist budget because the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have balanced fiscal conservatism with progressive welfareism at the same time. We have seen people being brought out of poverty, as well as 800 million people getting free food for more than now 3 years. What I believe is this budget will be a indication of the reforms being speeded up and accelerated going forward, and economic growth being propelled. This will happen by a mix of 2-3 things. First and the foremost will be a huge investment announcements in the infrastructure space. We have seen government spending in infrastructure growing significantly despite all the problems that we have faced since the pandemic period. So this is the first big trigger, and Arnab, the biggest positive of this is the trickle down effect that infrastructure spending has on the larger economy. This is the benefit which will come. Rather, I would digress for 30-40 seconds that during UPA tenure, we had always seen the spending going into very populist schemes like say Manrega, where there was no infrastructure created. Now in last 10 years, we have seen huge focus and impetus on infrastructure building, be it roads, be it highways, flyovers, airports, ports, power plants, renewable energy. Renewable energy is of course Prime Minister Modi's favorite area since the time he was the Chief Minister. So we will see impact not only on these sectors, but the downstream sectors like say steel, cement, employment generation, automobiles, all these sectors will also be benefited out of it. Second major trigger factor I believe in this budget will be continuation of the investments in defense. And defense will be a big factor because we will see probably some announcements on that part, and defense stocks, especially the PSU defense stocks and the private companies like L&T and all who are into defense will get a trigger out of this particular budget. On the tax front, as a chartered accountant, I believe that there is a huge legroom, and Prime Minister may do a few things. First is he may increase the minimum tax exemption limit for the individuals on the personal tax front. That would be the first. So from 2.5 lakhs, we may see it to increase to 3.5 or 4 lakh rupees. We have to wait and see the numbers. Second is standard deduction will be increased from 50,000 currently to a relatively better number. There is a huge discussion on the reforms in the capital gains tax space, which is extremely complicated, and over a period of time, different asset classes, different holding period, different tax rates has made it even more complicated. So there is a huge expectation on that front that whole capital tax gain tax regime would be reformed and made simplified. And the last and the most important thing is, I believe there would be a convergence between the new tax regime and the old tax regime, because there are expectations from the middle class and the salaried class that things like repayment of housing loans, payment of insurance, especially the life insurance policies, and the annuity on that particular life insurance over a period of time, these all things should be brought within the new tax regime as well. So all these things put together, I believe that there would be everything from from the underprivileged to the middle class and the salaried class to the industry at large. And the intent would be to give a all-round impetus to economic growth.
Yeah, obviously. So, I mean, that's what the budget does with the, apart from, of course, sending in, bringing in political messaging in terms of the constituencies it wants to address. But then, we have been discussing about India's Goldilocks moment and the opportunity for the finance minister to really grab it with both hands and to take it to the next level in terms of not just messaging, but also substance, in terms of increasing allocations, in terms of, for example, focusing on getting in the rural sector of the country more involved in the economy. It has been lagging a bit since the post-pandemic recovery. So I think we expect that the finance minister would be focusing on that with the kind of revenue maximization that has happened, the fantastic numbers of GST and overall in tax collections. It gives the finance minister the freedom to think out of the box in terms of allocations. Also, when it comes to youth, or no, the fact of the matter is that it's a huge category, a huge constituency, from education to enterprise and everything in between.
I'll put that to Ashish. I understood the point you're making. I'll put that to Ashish. Ashish, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. There was some issue. I guess it's resolved.
So Ashish, see, we are all talking about the rosy picture. We are doing very well. Tax is high. We got a leg room. We got everything going well, fantastic, it's superb. The government's winning this coming election as well. We're in a stable period, etc. However, Ashish, I can't see Ashish on air. Can I have Ashish on air? I'll put that to Ashish and to PK Basu on two sides, on two windows, on either the two macro guys. Can I have them on, please? That way. Thank you very much, Aditi. The question here is that it's also a vulnerable time globally. The ongoing crisis in the Middle East is still on.
Yes.
Oil prices continue to remain unstable. The Ukraine issue is simmering, but it's not over. You have an American election, and therefore policy making in America will be relatively weak or quote-unquote populist in a pre-election year there as well, given the fact that Biden is all set to get into a losing battle with Trump. Right? So if you look at the global factors, Ashish, will it not be prudent for the government to not go all out on expenditure, but give itself some leg room to plan for any sort of, strong headwinds that may come in the future?
Absolutely. Good morning to all your viewers, and I hope you are able to hear me. Going by the track record of this government, I mean, now we're completing 10 full years, we've seen that the government has done something which is way beyond what people or common man would have expected. I mean, when there was crisis and people said that, you should, and the world over, what we were seeing is consumption-led growth, or doles being given out or money being distributed. This government stuck to fiscal discipline, and what you saw was investment-led growth. I've been saying this on your show for last 2 or 3 years. What this single most factor will drive growth, will drive India and make this country look different and separate this country from the rest of the world. And that's exactly what has happened. 3 years of 7+% growth. Even next year, most of the leading, World Bank or whoever are saying that India will continue to grow at 7% even in FY25. So, on the one hand, the government has been on a glide path towards maintaining its fiscal deficit target. By 26, we are looking at a fiscal deficit of 4.5. That's the target set by the government, and we are headed in that direction. You listed a lot of challenges, but this government has landed itself on the very first day in front of a lot of challenges. We had a situation wherein India was Fragile 5. From Fragile 5 to Fabulous 1 has been the phenomenal journey of this country in a matter of 9 years. We saw GST collection and challenges. I mean, show me 1 year when this government or this country or this world has not faced challenge. Whether it was COVID, now there is Red Sea, there is supply chain issues, there is Ukraine, there is West Asia. I don't know what else is going to happen in the days ahead. But navigating this economy, despite all the challenges, has been the hallmark of this government. And yes, as we move towards the glide path and the stated path of 4.5%, we will. Despite all the challenges, I expect the government to maintain its discipline. But I still say that expecting a 8 to 10% capital expenditure growth this year is not something that will surprise us.
Yeah, that shouldn't surprise us, of course. And in fact, not just capital expenditure, PK Basu has been talking about the possibility of 8 to 10% GDP growth also. PK Basu, would you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think GDP growth next year will be
I just like to add one point before PK jumps in. PK, just allow me a 1 minute indulgence. PK has been saying that 8% or 7.5% is the new normal. Vivek Debroy recently wrote that 7% plus is par for course as far as India is concerned. We are in different times, and the heavy lifting of the last 9 years is single-handedly responsible for this.
All right, before PK Basu responds to that, I'm getting fresh pictures of the finance minister coming out of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. I think soon we'll get pictures of her having presented the budget or copy of the budget to the president. But then these pictures of the carcade of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman coming out of the Rashtrapati Bhavan back to the North Block. And I think not to the North Block, it's going straight to Parliament. And now I give it back to Arnab Goswami because Jim Rogers is joining us live from Hong Kong, I believe.
Then why should you call a payment panelist on this thing? I could have gone to another channel. I left NDTV to come here. You didn't give me a single line.
I am here. Can you hear me? Hello?
Abhishek, I'm really unhappy. I came at 7 a.m. I left 3 shows for this. You don't give a woman panel just one line after so much of...
Okay, we have I think lost the line with Jim Rogers. We are getting these pictures of the finance minister's carcade getting down the Raisina Hill after having presented a copy of the budget to the president, and now to Vijay Chowk, takes a left turn and goes to the Parliament, and soon we are going to have the photo op of the finance minister at the steps of the Parliament. I'm told Jim Rogers is back, I believe, and I hand it over back to Arnab on that note.
No, I don't think he's back because I don't have a confirmation of that, Abhishek. So you can keep handing over as much as you wish, but I won't be able to go across to him if he's not live, right? But I can make the larger point. I was hearing Abhishek when he was, I was hearing Ashish the last time when he was speaking out here. But I think that we need to be very cautious about being over-optimistic, being called the star performer. The rest of the world is doing very bad. I want to take a look at the negatives. What are the negatives right now, Ashish and PK? My question to you, what are the negatives right now?
Okay.
What are our soft spots?
I think first of all, you have to focus on the global backdrop. You're absolutely right that there are, the conflicts, the Israel-Hamas conflict continues, and there are risks that it could spread. You'll notice that 3 American servicemen were killed by an Iran-directed bomb or explosive just last week. So the potential for a spread of the conflict in West Asia is, of course, the greatest risk that the world faces. The Americans have responded in a pretty nuanced way to the killing of 3 American servicemen. But remember that in Iran, 100 people were killed at a commemoration of the former Quds Force commander who was killed by the Americans a few years ago. And then that spread to a little border fight between Pakistan and Iran. So there are continuing geopolitical concerns in the backdrop. But I think what is interesting, you pointed out to the potential for populism in the US. I think the populism in the US is unlikely because the Republicans control the Congress and there's a Democrat in the White House. So it's difficult to coordinate a populist response
they can't be populist.
In the election year.
They can't be populist. They're not able to control inflation. The Fed has said yesterday that maybe from March they're not going to taper off. But I think Jim Rogers is there. Arnab, on that geopolitical note that PK Basu mentioned, you can take that to Jim Rogers.
Thank you. Yes, I will. Jim, how are you? And in your view, we have this discussion every budget day morning about your overall expectations. You're usually a terrible cynic. But you know, when you see the Chinese also appreciate India's economic growth, and appreciate our new strategic economic pragmatism, and when you have the Global Times saying there's nobody working better than in India, even when people like the Chinese and Jim Rogers themselves change their cynical perspective and their constant pessimism on India, then I would expect that to be a reflection of the times. That's a litmus test. So where do you stand on India right now and the expectations of this interim budget before the general election?
Everybody admires what India is doing and has done. As you know, the stock market's at an all-time high. That's not because of me. It's not even because of you. So India's doing a much better job now. I hope that this budget will continue to open up. You're still one of the most regulated countries in the world. Continue. Do it. Make India great again. Can you hear me?
No, elaborate on that. What would you like to, when you made that overall comment that we are one of the most regulated countries in the world, you also appreciate the fact, maybe I can put that to Ashish, you appreciate the fact that, it was because of our relative regulation that our banking system did not collapse like the rest of the world. It is because of that that our economy was resilient and continued to grow. It is because of that that even on a low base we got into double-digit growth. No country has done that. So you can't have it both ways, Jim.
India has a huge bureaucracy, as you well know. If you ever go into a bureaucrat's office, you can't see the bureaucrat. All you can see is paper everywhere. You have done a brilliant job, as you know. Now, but why haven't you done more?
No. I don't know which caricature that it represents. Ashish, is that true? Ashish, is that true? It's people like Jim who keep trying to caricature the Indian economy by saying that you're going to see a lot of paper everywhere. It's because of people like Jim. PK, this is what Jim does every year.
Jim,
he's part of the Chinese narrative setting going on here.
I think Jim has been a permanent
and we must counter it more effectively this time.
Jim has been a permanent bull on China and a permanent bear on India. So to hear him say that India is doing a good job is the ultimate compliment, because his portfolio must have done awfully in the last year and a half, given that he was so bullish on China. Now I think even the perma bulls on China are beginning to throw in the towel because the prospects for the Indian economy look so good. Now, I think Jim probably visited an Indian bureaucrat's office maybe 10 years ago, and he saw a big pile of paper. Go there now. India is the most digitalized economy in the world. The digital public infrastructure is leading the world. There are more transactions on the internet in India every month than in any other country in the world. So if you come to India today, Jim, you will be shocked at the change. There's no paper around. We use our mobile phones to do every transaction, and in fact even transactions with the government. But really, the real story is digital commerce is happening at a spectacular pace. You go to any vendor on the street and you can use a QR code to do a transaction, even for a small amount of money. And that is the beauty of the digital public infrastructure that India has put in place that is actually world leading. So all of that is contributing to the improvement in productivity across the economy. And I think we ain't seen nothing yet in terms of the productivity improvements that could come from the spread of this digital public infrastructure and its productivity benefits across the board. I mean, so if you look at the quality of expressways around India, I mean, they've improved dramatically. They're world class now. In fact, they're probably better. I was just driving from New York to Boston last month, and it was awful compared to a drive from New Delhi to Missouri. So the quality of roads now in India are better than in your own country, the United States. So and apart from that, the ports have improved dramatically. Efficiency of port handling has improved dramatically. So all of that is contributing to lowering costs, raising productivity, and making India an even more attractive place to do business. So, I mean, I think the caricature that you have of paper piled up on a bureaucrat's
Jim,
desk
you want to respond,
is
Jim?
ancient.
Jim, you want to respond to that before Ashish comes in as well. And I completely agree out here. The Global Payments Report 2023 projects e-commerce in India to have a CAGR of 16% between 22 and 26. And that is driven mostly by UPI. But Ashish also wanted to come in. Jim, you want to respond to that because we are setting the agenda before this election, this interim budget. Jim?
I concur with everything you said, and I have said the Indian stock market's at an all-time high. Somebody is doing something right in India. I hope it continues. Yes, stop the regulations, open up agriculture, give more incentives to women, continue to do it, become a manufacturing hub. You have the people, you have the brains, you can do it.
I think that's all.
And I'm sure I want to emphasize
surprise
again, I haven't always been bearish on India. Sometimes I own Indian shares. Not now, but sometimes.
I want to respond to Mr. Jim. One is the fact that he said about a pile of papers. We are the most paperless society in the world. So we are proud to today say that when our person stands in the airport, we show an app and say that we are vaccinated, while an American or any other global citizen has to show a piece of paper. So that's point number one. When the animal spirits in the economy have been unleashed, we always have a Jim Corbett shooting it down. So you need to remember that despite the fact that he says somebody is doing something right, he needs to be specific that everything that's happening in India is absolutely right. The cynicism that he's been presenting, not now, but throughout, has been always putting down India and pushing up China. And as my panelist, Mr. Basu, said, that it's India's decade, it's India's century, and however cynical you can become about India, remember one thing, we have the demographic dividend paying, and we are going to be the fastest growing economy in the world for the next decade and probably for even more. And for the next 50 years, India is going to, mind you remember, be the youngest country of the world and the consumption-driven economy with a fantastic government that's not hovering on populism but on fiscal prudence, is going to unleash the animal spirits. In fact, to be honest, I can already say that it has unleashed. And answering you one more thing, Arnab, on the fact that said whether this interim budget will be populist or not, to get the 350, 400, let me tell you, the election is seized. As per my particular assessment, we have done with the election. We don't need to be extra populist here to get another 20, 30 seats. We are done with it. The Ram Pran Pratishtha did the last nail in the coffin for the opposition. And with the way the markets are going and the way the inflation is getting controlled and the economy is moving, we don't need populism at all. A minor dole is required for the bottom of the pyramid, which is important, and we continue doing that. And I think India is going at a rate irrespective of any number of Jim or Rogers coming in.
Hooray. Let me just say again, there have been times in my life that I've been extremely optimistic about India. I have owned Indian shares. I don't at the moment. So I am delighted to see that you're doing a good job again. At times, India's been the absolute top. Now do it again.
Okay, okay, stay on with us for a while. I'm going to go to CII. I think Pirus Khambata. Do we have Pirus Khambata waiting with Suesha out there to get a sense of how, okay, we don't have that line up yet. Ashish wanted to come in. We're having an excellent discussion right now. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to this, to the presentation of this very, very important interim budget, I'm going to look for signals that the government is sending, not actual announcements, but I'm going to really look for signals. What signals will you look for? Ashish?
So Arnab, just wanted to make one point. Anybody who says that India is over-regulated and there is too much of paper floating around, I think somebody needs to take a look at this budget and the last two budgets visuals. The size of the bag or which the finance minister is carrying. It's all electronic in this country. It's one of the in those old days there used to be a huge suitcase in which those budget papers used to be carried. PK mentioned about UPI. I'm not going to delve into that, but I'm just going to raise one point. This economy grew at 7.6% in the last quarter. It's been the fastest growing large economy in the world consistently for the last 3 years now. If one were to even assume that yes, it is regulated, which I don't personally, but if one were to if the regulation is causing this, what's the problem? We've seen the entire banking system has been cleaned up. Corporates have cleaned up their act. We are ready for a massive credit growth as the government moves in to crowd in private investment. I think post elections one should see the impact of all these measures that the government has taken. In fact, government has moved away, and somebody needs to travel down to India now to really understand that you can go and make payments to the tune of 10 cents using a paperless and your mobile phone.
Okay, we are going to get a link right now with the CII. Any point of time, ladies and gentlemen, please look at this particular budget from a different perspective. Remember, the government's got a lot of things right over the last 10 years. We got a lot of things right. We adopted the GST. We built Digital India. Our internet penetration has gone up 3 times. We're building a lot of airports. In fact, one of the most important things, you've been a banker here, and one of the most important things to mention out here is that the key ratios of the public sector banks have really improved. Your return on assets is much better now than it was in the past, but there's a long way to go. I got Pirus Kambata with us from CII. Hi Pirus, good morning. We speak every budget morning, but this one is slightly different. This one is slightly different, Pirus, because it's an interim budget and yet there's a fair amount of excitement. Pirus, can you hear me? Pirus Kambata, can you hear me? Mr. Kambata, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me. Can we get some help out here? Okay, we lost out the line there with Pirus Kambata. Maybe we go to... You can hear me, Pirus? Okay, in the meantime, let me get a sense. You got Keshav Bhajanka lined up. I can see Keshav Bhajanka lined up. He's the man at Century Ply. I think he can hear me. Keshav is a young entrepreneur taking his company to global heights. And Keshav, you know, it is an interim budget, a lot of expectations. I was asking Pirus at CII some time back. Though it's an interim budget, people are talking about it. Maybe it's the excitement of the pre-election period. What would your overall view on this interim budget be?
Good morning, Arnab. Thank you so much for having me. I think that this government has given very balanced, very good budgets for the past few years. I'm hoping that continues. There will be some populist measures because it is an election year, but I'm hoping the thrust on infrastructure continues, and in particular for the housing sector, 2 changes that we are looking at or we are hoping for is considering the higher costs, the limit for affordable housing should be raised from 45 lakhs to at least 60 or 70 lakh rupees. And the tax exemption for housing loans. I think if the government focuses on these 2 things, it will be a spurt for the real estate sector, which, as you know, is the second largest employment generator in the country.
Well, absolutely. And in terms of the challenges globally and otherwise, I mean, is there something that causes you concern right now? You do a lot of global business. Anything that causes you concern, especially in terms of India's export economy?
Of course, exports do seem to be quite weak right now, particularly considering the situation in the Middle East and other factors around the globe. Shipping costs have substantially gone up. But I think the domestic demand That is one thing that we need to appreciate. It has been resilient beyond belief. And in India, considering what is happening around us in the world, I think we're very well poised for not just the short term, but the long term. The resilience of the Indian economy has been remarkable.
Absolutely. Keshav, I'm going to come back to you. Is Pirus on? Pirus, hi, Arnab here. What is the expectation you have, and why is there so much focus on an interim budget? Unusual focus, not just from the media. Is it? Yeah, I'm very well, Pirus. Fantastic, fantastic, great. But my question is, usually the interim budgets come and go. People don't talk much about it. But this time it's like, industry is very excited. They're looking for signals because they feel Mr. Modi is coming back for another 5 strong years. So they're looking for signals, is it, in this budget on the future direction? Or is it about how much capex will be put out? What's the big headline you're looking for?
Arnab, I can't hear you. You'll have to speak. Ask me again.
No, I said, what is industry looking for? What are the signals industry is looking for from this interim budget?
See, I think we have to see one step backward in the G20 and the B20 era. Now we are looking at a global India. Taxes at the buoyancy. We are talking of a gift city. We are talking of SEZs. I believe time has come when we have to look at a global Indian. Now, when you are saying a global company will not be taxed in a gift city, I am similarly a global individual also. In my mind, now there is a time where we have to relook at the income tax for the individual who is making money from abroad. So the global income also should not be taxed to the level of 30 and 40%. Because then what is happening is you are actually encouraging migration and you are encouraging the HNIs to really change their tax residency. And in my mind, that is a loss to the company because the good brains of the company are actually going outside. They are settling in Dubai, Singapore, I don't know, Europe, UK, because they believe that they are taxed, they can save their tax and they can have a better life. Now on the life part, India is improving. But on the tax part, we need to relook at the global income taxability.
No, that's true, but you expect the government to do that in an interim budget?
I strongly urge, see, I don't believe this government is looking this as an interim budget. I believe we are expecting, at least I am expecting a full-fledged budget because this is the budget before election, and I definitely believe the government will use it as a measure to show the reforms in every sector. And this government is reform oriented, and I do believe that there has to be reforms in the way global companies operate, in the way global individuals operate. And I believe that is in line with our G20 and B20 objectives, that when we are talking of being the third largest economy in the world, our tax practices also should be of the third largest economy. We can't be saying we are the third largest economy, but our tax practices are of a medieval economy back in the ages. So I believe international practices are there of taxing global income on corporates and individuals. The same needs to be practiced in India, and we need to ensure that the tax is at a level playing field. And I definitely believe that this is something we can do in this budget more than any other budget, because this is a budget before election, a budget of SOPs. So if you are giving SOPs to everybody, sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabko SOP, I think we should also need, we definitely need that global companies and global individuals get some benefit.
Sabko SOP. Sabko SOP sounds dangerous. Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, but Sabka SOP is a new line, Kishore.
Sabka SOP is not what this government is ever going
Yes,
to
I
do.
think that's what I'm giving, because I don't believe.
No, I don't think so. Sabka SOP is going to ever happen.
Because so we stay in India.
What do you mean, so we stay in India? I would say, okay, let me say,
only so that we stay in the country.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to say that
Kishore, what do you think?
Sabka SOP
Suhail
is never
Sop's
going
on
to
right
happen
now.
in this country. This government is not going to give that SOP. I do understand that the tax anomalies which are there are certain areas where the tax, for example, if I purchase a property, there's a difference between the guideline value and the registration value. The difference is taxed at both the ends. These anomalies should be definitely scrapped off because this is a little draconian. But The SOP culture is not going to happen. I don't think so. The Modi government is going to become populist by any measure. It's fiscal prudence all along for the last decade. I think that is the traction in which we are going to continue. With elections almost sealed, this for me also, I agree with your panelists that this is not an interim budget. This is as directional and final as it could be. And I think Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji is doing a wonderful job. We need to continue that. Yes, the one important thing is that the lowest part of the pyramid needs to be focused, and we need to push up more and more people from the absolute poverty up, and we need to ensure that we capture the manufacturing part of the world. Because if we become the manufacturing capital of the world, understand employment will zoom up, consumption will zoom up, multiply that by the demographic dividend, you're going to have a phenomenal economy which is going to be unstoppable. That's my take, and there's not going to be SOP for everybody, and it shouldn't be.
Okay, Suhail Seth's also on, and Suhail Pirush Khambata just said, Kishore Subramaniam was responding to that. He said, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka SOP. He says that the richest Indians are also global Indians, and while you're giving a tax-free regime to a lot of companies like Gift City and people who are coming and operating from here, global Indians are being taxed at 30 to 40% for income generated abroad, and that leads to a situation where the biggest HNIs choose to give up their citizenship and have a non-resident Indian status. He said, therefore, that the richest Indians, those who are wealth generators, should also be given SOPs in terms of tax benefits. And he brought out the line, Sabka Vikas, Sabka SOP. Do you agree with that view? Sohail.
Not at all. And why is he cribbing? He's a billionaire. He shouldn't be cribbing. He's not run away. No one will buy his Rasna in Fiji. They'll buy his Rasna in India. So here's the argument, Arnab. I think it's a facetious argument. You cannot say because HNIs are leaving India, we should now have a new tax regime. The people who are leaving India are fugitives. They're economic fugitives. And they are now not able to navigate and manage the system. That's the reality. Even Pirush Khambata knows that, but he is too decent a man to say it. But let me say it. I'm delighted that Narendra Modi is using the Enforcement Directorate, the CBI, and whatever else to hit down on economic crimes. It was an easy play for everyone up till Narendra Modi came. Number two, the people who are making money in our country, which includes how well Republic Television is doing, is testimony to our own economic robustness. And if you're making money, why should you shy away from paying taxes? Why should you try and be a global fugitive and run from country to country in order to avoid paying tax in any one domicile? I think it's a ridiculous argument. I'm delighted. I'm an Indian. I'm in India. I'm seeing startups. I'm seeing unicorns. I'm seeing people make money. I'm seeing people become wealthier. My only thing is, and this is, do not mock the poor by saying Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka SOP. They need it more than people who live in glass houses.
Okay, I want him to respond.
Think be more empathetic, be more
I want Pirush to respond because he has to go and he has to. I want to give him one shot at responding back to you out there. Are you mocking the poor, Pirush?
But I should also respond back.
Arnab, please appreciate what I'm talking of is a tax prudence. I'm repeating, if you are the third largest economy, you should tax the people as a third largest economy, not as a third world country. Repeat, if you are a third economy in the world, your tax system should be of a third economy on the world, not a third world company. And this is the international practice. I believe that what I'm saying is will actually give you more tax. Because people are not, they are avoiding to pay tax in India. They are probably paying 5% tax abroad. What I am saying is you tax them in India. You tax them in India at a good rate. You ensure that there is a level playing field so that people ensure that their income stays in the country. In fact, I am the best Indian. I am a nationalist of the core. What I am suggesting is give Indians a chance to be in India, to be with tax citizens of India, pay their tax honestly, and be part of the development process of India. I'm not saying nobody is going to run away. In fact, what I'm saying is this reform will ensure that more honest taxpayers stay in India and be part of the development of the country. And we save companies. Why do you think startups are going to Singapore and registering, Dubai and registering? All startups are running here and there. They are all Dubai. Because what I'm saying is, if you can give international companies, why not Indians?
You cannot recite the Jana Gana Mana.
This is my point.
And
I
then
think we can have a separate debate after the budget
because
on
you
this.
want to be paying taxes elsewhere.
I also want to respond one thing. Let me tell you, in the early 2000, when I asked an IITian that why is he leaving India, he said brain drain is.
The CII team to give 5 more minutes with you.
Yeah, when
Pirus has to stay 5 more minutes because he started a debate. He can't go after starting. He has started a debate.
Let me add a point here. In early 2000, when I asked an IITian,
okay, I'll be 5 minutes. See.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Let me just complete my point. Early 2000s, when I asked an IITian why is he leaving this country, he said brain drain is better than brain in the drain. This is not that India. Let's understand we have the maximum number of startups coming up, 100 plus unicorns. We are a completely digitalized economy. This is a time when I can proudly say that India is better than any country globally in terms of digital acceptance, the UPI. So I don't think so. We need to adopt the Sabka Saath, but understand that bottom of the pyramid needs to be helped. As I agree with Sohail, that they need it more.
Arnab,
No, then why does a unicorn, Sohail, answer me one thing. Why does a unicorn prefer to be in Singapore and work in India? Sohail, 1 minute, let us stop. Let us stop and give me this answer.
I'll tell you.
Why does a unicorn want to be in Dubai and operate for the global? Why does he want to go to Singapore? Why not be in India?
Why don't, if you asked a question, allow me to finish. Now I've understood the question. It was in simple English. Let me answer. The unicorns that are in Singapore or in Dubai are using it for tax relief. It is not something to be commended and condoned. It is not something to be proud of. For years, Cayman Islands and BVI have existed. So they've also coexisted with other tax authorities. Is that a nice thing to say? I mean, you're saying, oh, in our society, we have people who have committed a murder and people who are normal. Therefore, what do you want? I think it is ridiculous to suggest that in today's India, you need to leave because you want a lower tax. B. Pirus said something very interesting. He says there they pay 5% tax, so if you reduce the tax, let me tell you, greed has no lower side. It only has a higher attractiveness. You make it 1%, these rascals will still want to save money by fleeing to some Dominican Republic or the Caribbean or hiding under a cave. So I have no empathy and sympathy for them. They are nothing. They are pseudo-nationalists. They have bled this country for too long. They have now chosen to go to different pastures because Narendra Modi has tightened the screws as he must. Number one. Number two, there is greater compliance. There is better ease of business. We are a fine country without crooks surrounding our ecosystem. So I'm delighted. And Pirus, you and I are both part of this thing. CII, FICCI, blah, blah, blah. Today, even the Chambers of Commerce have come to this agreement that what the government is doing the right thing. Now, I've finished my answer. Now you ask Arnab the next.
Can I come in?
Yeah, you can, sir. Go on, Pirus.
Arnab, see, I'll give you an example. I don't want to talk like a politician. I'm not. Let me tell you as a finance person, if I have a global income, if I set up a global company in Singapore, I end up paying 17% tax. 17, mark me correctly. If I end up opening a global company in Dubai, I pay 5%. I'm not talking of Cayman Island. I'm not talking of British Virginia. I'm not talking of tax-free havens at all. If I open up a company in UK, I may end up paying around 20% tax. In the same in India, if I am opening up a company, I will pay anything between 25% tax, and on the dividend income and on my income, on my salary, I will be paying 40% tax. While in Singapore, on the individual income, the tax is still lower.
No, he's absolutely wrong.
So I honestly believe that what I am suggesting is, what I am suggesting is
there is a 3-year tax holiday
because it will help to retain India's income in India. And I am not talking of a tax holiday. I am just saying that
There's
on
a
the global
3-year
income, on
Achha,
your
Piyush,
global
we've heard you,
income,
yeah.
the tax
There's a
should be at
3-year
the
tax
global level.
holiday on startups.
And I think what I'm
all
saying
startups
is
get a
actually
3-year tax holiday.
I'm
It has
not
never
talking
happened
of a
in the
tax
world
holiday
before.
also.
Sir?
I'm telling you what's happening here. Forget what you're talking about.
Startup. I'm talking
You have
about
a
an
tax
existing
holiday.
company also.
The gift city, the concept of the gift city is an excellent concept. The same
Arnav.
Dubai that Pirush keeps talking about twice, he's already spoken about it. They have the Jebel Ali economic zone. They created these economic zones. India's getting there. We have created economic zones. We have created the gift city. For God's sake, cut India some slack. We are not this draconian economic monster that some of these people keep making India out to be. I mean, I think it's a ridiculous argument. Continuously burnished by only one thing. Oh, we are paying less tax in Britain. We are paying less tax in Fiji. If this is your level of nationalism, if this is your level of belief, God bless you. More power to you. But do not taint the entire country with this brush of greedy capitalism, which makes them escape the very country they were born into and made money from. Where is your sense of economic gratitude, if nothing else?
And I have come back to India.
Okay.
Just over 3 years ago. So let me tell you that it's not everybody who works and lives abroad or who has a tax domicile abroad is a crook. First of all, I think let's make that first thing clear. Second is that, I think just let's look at an example of Morris Chang. Morris Chang grew up in America. He works at Texas Instruments, but in 1987, he was induced to come back to Taiwan, and actually not even come back, to come to Taiwan really for the first time. And he set up TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, which is today the world's largest semiconductor manufacturer by a long way. It produces 86% of the highest end microprocessors used around the world. So he was attracted back. Now, we have, in India, we already have an effective 17% tax rate for new manufacturing units. That is competitive with Singapore, completely competitive.
Correct.
But an entrepreneur who sets up that manufacturing unit and is domiciled in India will pay 37.5% personal income tax. So there's a loophole. Most of the income will be shown as corporate income rather than individual income. But the point is that there should not be, just from the point of view of normal tax compliance and the rationality of tax rates, there should not be such a wide gap between the top marginal personal income tax rate and the corporate tax rate. So the corporate tax rate, of course, is 25% for most. It is 17% for new manufacturing units, but there is still a very wide gap between the corporate tax rate and the personal income tax rate, and that is an anomaly. Exactly. That is an anomaly that results in an opportunity to evade. So
I think we need to take a break.
It is a significant point, and also, I think if we want to attract back the likes of Morris Chang, for instance, think about Vinod Dham, the man who created the Intel Pentium chip.
The chip.
Why should someone like him or others who have worked for Intel and AMD and others not be attracted back to India to help create an infrastructure of new companies and startups that will help make us globally competitive?
If I could come in. One is where we stand and the destination we are looking forward.
Thank Pirush both for staying a little longer and for generating a fairly interesting debate which got reactions from all of us here. It's food for thought, but Pirush, there's an election coming up, and I think what the government's talking about, Gyan, which is Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari. We are going to put in a heavy amount of capex spending and all that, but I think Prime Minister Modi's got the big picture beautifully right. Put in a lot of
need
money
us
from the
also,
top
though.
and
They need us,
strengthen,
they need us
strengthen
to pay
all
them.
the categories, not only for vote share. Yeah, strengthen all the categories that actually contribute to the demographic growth of the country. So the demographic dividend that this country is belongs to people who are also much stronger, the poor, the farmers, and women, and the youth. I think this is very clear strategic thinking out here. I think I need to go in for a very short break and come back on the other side. We are in the half an hour run-up before the presentation of the budget. Viewers, please come back with me.
Tata.tv.
देख इट्टू सी है,
कैंटीन की थाली है, कोई नीवा बूपा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी थोड़ी है। मतलब इत्तू भी क्लेम किया तो पूरा बेस कवरेज वापस, अनलिमिटेड टाइम्स।
जिंदगी को क्लेम कर ले।
प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना, विश्व की सबसे विशाल खाद्य सुरक्षा योजना। वर्ष 2020 से देश के 80 करोड़ गरीबों को मुफ्त राशन दिया जा रहा है। मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, कोई गरीब अब भूखा नहीं रहेगा। अब अगले 5 वर्षों यानी 2028 तक देश की किसी भी राशन की दुकान से हर लाभार्थी को मिलेगा मुफ्त राशन।
मुसीबतों की छुट्टी, मोदी की गारंटी।
And here are the big headlines. India wins its first Cricket World Cup. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi visits. Feels odd, doesn't it? Listening to an outdated 40-year-old news. Then why use an outdated memory foam mattress, which is exactly the same as it was 40 years ago? It's time to switch to the evolution in sleep. Presenting Sleepwell Pro, Nexa mattress with easy body movement that provides an exceptional sleeping experience. It's so good, you'll forget memory foam.
उड़े देश का आम आदमी, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इस विजन ने रीजनल एंड इंटरनेशनल एयर कनेक्टिविटी को दिए हैं नए आयाम। नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश बनकर उभरा है सर्वाधिक इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट वाला राज्य। भगवान बुद्ध की तपोभूमि कुशीनगर में इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट शुरू होने के 25 महीने में ही मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम प्रभु श्री राम की जन्मभूमि अयोध्या में प्रारंभ हुआ है। महर्षि वाल्मीकि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा अयोध्या धाम का संचालन।
जब नियत नेक हो तो इसी तरह से काम होता है, इसी तरह के नतीजे मिलते हैं। ये अयोध्या नगरी भी तो इसकी साक्षी है।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में देश के एविएशन मैप के शीर्ष पर है उत्तर प्रदेश। एयरपोर्ट से ऊंची उड़ान, कनेक्टिविटी को नई पहचान।
Surprise. Keep it wild. The new Sonnet.
Kia, movement that inspires.
आत्मनिर्भरता और आत्मसम्मान, चेहरे पे खिली है मुस्कान।
हमने एक अटल पेंशन योजना लगाई है और अभी से आप पैसा जमा कराना चालू करोगे, जितना जमा कराओगे उसके अनुपात में 60 साल की उम्र होने के बाद आपको पेंशन मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा।
आज 6 करोड़ से अधिक लोगों ने भारत सरकार की अटल पेंशन योजना में पंजीकरण कराया है। आप भी इससे जुड़े और लाभ उठाएं।
Sí, puedo hacer qué parte sos.
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
तुमसे बहुत नाराज हूँ। कितनी देर कर दी आने में? कितने परेशान थे हम तुम्हारे बिना। तुम्हें कुछ हमारा ख्याल था कि नहीं? मेरी और दीदी की तो पढ़ाई तक छूट गई थी। तुम तो थे नहीं। माँ ने कितनी ठोकरें खाई है तुम सोच भी नहीं सकते। उनकी सेहत कितनी बिगड़ने लगी थी भाई साहब। हर महीने कोई ना कोई बीमारी, डॉक्टर के भी पैसे कहाँ थे हमारे पास। पर जब से तुम आए हो ना, तब से सारी परेशानी की छुट्टी हो गई। अब तुम संभालो, हम तो भैया चले स्कूल को।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में सिर्फ 4 सालों में 3 करोड़ से 14 करोड़ ग्रामीण घरों में नल से शुद्ध जल।
कष्टों की छुट्टी, मोदी की गारंटी।
All right, welcome back, friends. We are looking at build-up over the next 25 minutes to the presentation of the interim budget, 6th of hers, by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. In the pictures, beautiful pictures from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where President Draupadi Murmu is treating Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. In the earlier picture, of course, with some sweets before she presents the budget, and a copy of which was, of course, presented to the President of India, and the photo of the customary traditional photo of the team of the finance minister with her bureaucrats from the Ministry of Finance and the President of India. And these are pictures that have been brought out by the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There you can see finance minister with the President of India and the 2 ministers of state by her side, and the team of bureaucrats having presented a copy of the budget to the President. And of course, so we are already looking at the possibility of the cabinet approving the budget any time now, before the finance minister takes the floor in the parliament and presents the budget. Short break, and we are back with that development.
स्विच तो मेहमान नवाजी तो बनती है। The new Hyundai Creta.
Undisputed.
Ultimate.
PC Chandra Jewelers presents Diamond Utsav. Get 10% discount on diamond value. ₹100 off on every gram of 18 karat gold jewelry. A short gift on purchase of every diamond jewelry. Offer valid till 4th February 2024. Exchange free jewelry insurance and EMI available. Conditions apply. PC Chandra Jewelers, a jewel of jewels.
देख, इत्तू सी है। थाली तो अनलिमिटेड होनी चाहिए।
कैंटीन की थाली है, कोई नीवा बूपा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी थोड़ी है। मतलब इत्तू भी क्लेम किया तो पूरा बेस कवरेज वापस, अनलिमिटेड टाइम्स।
ये तो मुझे भी चाहिए।
जिंदगी को क्लेम कर ले।
Technology is rapidly reshaping agriculture in India, creating investment opportunities, lifting up rural areas and feeding the world.
We are promoting natural farming as well as technology-enabled farming.
എൻ്റെ പേര് സമീർ, ഞാനൊരു IT പ്രൊഫഷണലായിരുന്നു. 2018 കൃഷിയോടുള്ള താല്പര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ജോലി ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചു നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഏകദേശം 400 ഏക്കറോളം ഞാൻ നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നു. തുടക്കം എനിക്ക് നെൽകൃഷി വളരെ നഷ്ടമായിരുന്നു. എങ്ങനെ കൃഷി ലാഭമാക്കാം എന്ന് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ചിന്തിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഡ്രോൺ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഉള്ള നെൽകൃഷിയെപ്പറ്റി ഞാൻ ആലോചിക്കുകയും ആ ഡ്രോൺ വാങ്ങാൻ തീരുമാനിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു.
With government initiatives, India's agriculture sector has witnessed robust growth with an average annual growth rate of 4.6% over the last 6 years.
We're on our way.
Tata.tv.
प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना, विश्व की सबसे विशाल खाद्य सुरक्षा योजना। वर्ष 2020 से देश के 80 करोड़ गरीबों को मुफ्त राशन दिया जा रहा है। मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, कोई गरीब अब भूखा नहीं रहेगा। अब अगले 5 वर्षों यानी 2028 तक देश की किसी भी राशन की दुकान से हर लाभार्थी को मिलेगा मुफ्त राशन।
मुसीबतों की छुट्टी, मोदी की गारंटी।
And here are the big headlines. India wins its first Cricket World Cup. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi visits. Feels odd, doesn't it? Listening to an outdated 40-year-old news. Then why use an outdated memory foam mattress, which is exactly the same as it was 40 years ago? It's time to switch to the evolution in sleep, presenting Sleepwell Pro. Nexa mattress with easy body movement that provides an exceptional sleeping experience. It's so good, you'll forget memory foam.
TV.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Okay, now we are at 10:41, which means in another 17 to 18 minutes we are going to be heading into the interim budget. I'm actually surprised because I'm surprised, PK, because I've never seen this kind of build up to an interim budget before. It was taken as a fait accompli, but I think this is different. Something's very different this time. Is it the moment? Is it the election? Or just hype? Because, you know, it could all end up, being a bit of an anticlimax.
घटना चाहिए, इंपोर्ट घटना चाहिए, उसके लिए लोग अलग अलग जो है नारे भी देते हैं, बायकॉट के लिए भी कहते हैं, लेकिन हम देखते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री
Go on, please. Can I have PK's audio, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think an interim budget is an opportunity to provide the vision for the next 5 to 10 years. And I think that'll be the focus, really providing a vision. So I think if you go back to the 2019 interim budget presented by Piyush Goyal, who was standing in for the ailing Arun Jaitley, one of the things that was focused on in that one was introducing a pension scheme for the informal sector, improving, basically providing a roadmap for labor market reform, I think was really one of the sort of quiet highlights of that budget speech. So I think we'll see much more of a vision for the economy of the next 5-10 years, perhaps the entire 25-year period or 23-year period now until 2047. So that'll probably be the focus, but I think in terms of the headroom, the government really has a tremendous amount of headroom to give more to the people, and I think one of the focus areas could well be a reduction in excise duties on petroleum products.
That's a long
which is very easy. It's easy to do because GST is so strong. GST revenue in the year to date is up about 11%. But more importantly, direct tax revenue is up more than 20% year on year. Personal and corporate taxes are booming. And so that gives headroom. I mean, that just provides a lot of room for maneuver. And in the year ahead, or perhaps even in the 2 months ahead, there's going to be a lot of scope for additional spending because there is so much room. I mean, for the first 9 months, the fiscal deficit is only 55% of the target. And I point out that pre-COVID, so if you look at FY19, for instance, in the period until December, the fiscal deficit was already 112% of the full year target, because the final quarter is the strongest quarter for revenue. January to March, especially March, is the strongest month for tax revenue. That is still to come, and yet already in the first 9 months, the deficit is so much lower than target. So there's a huge amount of room to provide additional tax cuts or rebates, as well as to boost spending even more. And particularly, I think CapEx spending will continue to grow very strongly in the period ahead, and help to crowd in private investment.
Absolutely. I have Ashok Sehgal with us. He's co-chairman of the CI National MSME Council. Mr. Sehgal, good morning. We're taking quick expectation.
Good morning to you.
Reactions from everyone before the interim budget presentation. What are yours, sir?
Well, from the MSME point of view, the last budget was very good for us, and the government had made a lot of allocations of funds. We hope that this interim budget will continue that trend. In the last few weeks, we've been hearing a lot of comments from the government, including the finance ministry, on the need to continue to support MSMEs and the need to make sure that MSMEs, particularly the micro and small sector, is fully supported. So we are expecting that the government will take concrete steps. One of the steps we are requesting is that the payments cycle, which always hurts MSMEs, should be accelerated by making available funds to the government, which in the final run is one of the major buyers of goods and services in the country. MSMEs may not directly participate in some of the large tenders, but they're part of the supply chain. So whether they're to be directly paid by the government or the intermediaries, who may be the large corporates, are paid on time, it enables them in turn to pay their supply chain of MSMEs on a timely basis. So we really hope that the payment problems of MSMEs can be made easier by the government releasing funds on its various projects, and going forward continuing to to allocate funds for new projects and expansion of various government enterprises, so that once again there can be a trickle-down effect of that to the MSMEs.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Sehgal, thank you very much for that. I want to mention the upsides that we have. Kishore, yes, of course, I see you come in, but I just want to mention here, whenever you do any economic planning in the future, you plan for the likely upside in the next 2 or 3 years, including the guaranteed upsides that we have. Now, there has been thinking in this country, Abhishek, on digitalization, bank reforms, heavy PSU expenses, right? Maximizing your revenue, strong fiscal discipline, but a huge amount of state welfareism, and getting the private participation into the state welfareism policies as well, and then tweaking your foreign policy to help your business. So a lot of fundamentals right. Going forward, I expect the government to go big bang on things like the India-UK FTA, to build on the advantages of the economic corridor, which were affected by the problems around the Red Sea area, more capex investment, but also I think Narendra Modi's government in 3.0 mode would want to make India more tax compliant. So there is a lot of upside economically. I mean, the next 2 years, there's a lot of upside. A lot of the work that has been done in 10 years will really show dividends and show results in the next 2 or 3 years.
Specifically on tax compliance, the fact that when the Modi government came in, there were just about 2 crore plus taxpayers in the country, the individual taxpayers. The number stands at over 8 crores now, quadrupled. Also, the point that Piruz Kambata was making, and he had a tic-tac with Suhail. You see, the fact of the matter is that again, when the Modi government came in, the average corporate tax was about 33%, stands at 25% now, most of it. Personal income tax, which stood at average of about 18 or 19% for income less than 15 lakh rupees. It stands at about 10%, 11% now. So obviously, it's a work in progress. Some people would get restless and say they want more of it, double quick time. But then, things take their own time in terms of get things in order. Also keep in mind that revenue has to be there. if, for example, the government, the way it dealt with the pandemic period, taking all the burden on itself, does all the heavy lifting, at the same time does not crowd out private investment. So obviously that kind of lateral freedom, that kind of scope has to be there. And within that framework, the fact that in the last 30 months on the trot, the Purchasing Managers Index of Manufacturing has been above 50 and been increasing. On the trot for the last 30 months, the Purchasing Managers Index for the services sector has been above 50 and increasing. Really shows the kind of pink of health the economy has been, revenues looking good, and the finance minister, of course, wherever possible, keeping in mind state welfareism by way of capital expenditure, at the same time, keeping that door completely open so far as private investment and private participation is concerned. The beautiful example of which is the defense sector, for example, where when the Modi government came in, India's defense exports were a paltry about $200 million, stand about $2 billion plus now.
Yeah, Arnab, I want to add one more point which none of us have yet spoken, is that, see, the whole objective of any government when it comes to fiscal prudence or improving the economy is the per capita income. I don't know whether you've been following that recently. One more cynical person, Raghuram Rajan, has been saying that India's per capita income by 2047, even if we grow at a nominal 6%, is going to be subpar what today China is at about $12,000. But I think he's got it completely wrong, because if you look at the historical data of the per capita income increase for Indians, there have been years where it has gone up by 17, 18, 20%, and there have been suboptimal returns. But you should understand that China is starting at a base of 12,000 now, while we are at 2,380. So the gap is going to remain even after 20-25 years. But at the rate at which we are going to go in terms of increment in per capita income, that's going to be very critical, because that is the key measure at how many people come up in the middle class, upper middle class, and from the lower class, and that is going to be high. I always kept saying, I tweeted also, that we have moved on from an era of Raghuram Bharose to Shriram Bharose.
Very good point about Raghuram Rajan, by the way. In his book, he says if you have 4% real per capita income growth for the next 25 years, he doesn't even look at the data, unfortunately. The data tells you that during the last 9.5 years, if you just take out the COVID period, average annual growth in per capita income is over 6% in real terms.
Absolutely.
Nominal is even more. Nominal is not more like 9 or 10%. So the point is that, in fact, if you use 6% real growth instead of 4%, and look at the compound growth, it'll be substantially more than the number that Raghuram Rajan has come up with for 2047. In fact, he's totally wrong. 2047 will be closer to $20,000 to $22,000 per capita income.
My point. We'll be at 20,000.
If you have that, you're essentially where the United States was 30 years ago, or where Korea was, say, 5 years ago. So, that is, if you go to Korea, you see it's a completely developed economy. If you have the whole of India at a $20,000 per capita income, that is absolutely transformative. So, that's really the story. And I think you just get the math right, and you have spectacular outcomes. That is just. So of course, I think
we're giving Raghuram Rajan too much attention, given that he is a complete has-been, and he, like other people, go around collecting fellowships and postdoctoral assignments in America, studying poverty in India, which also will not be an option for them in the future, given our growth. Point is also, I want to go into the 6-minute run-up before the budget presentation with one thought. Viewers, remember, just 3 Indian states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, are the destination of 70% of FDI. So when we want to power up the other states, when other states receive FDI, think of the transformative potential. I think we'll cross double-digit growth. Ashish, a quick word from you, and then Sohail before the presentation. Ashish.
Yeah, so the point I wanted to make was in continuation to what PK just mentioned about, there's one data point which kind of people miss, and when they compare India's growth from 2014 to 2023, see, from 2004 to 2013, the India's GDP growth was 7.8, but the world growth at that time was 5.6. From 2014 to 2023, India's growth has been 6.9, but the world growth has been just 4%. So if you compare that, the tailwind that was there in the previous decade, accounting for that, this growth has been significantly higher. That's the one point I wanted to make. You also mentioned about the FDI in just 3 states, and that was one of the key reasons why I wrote a 550 pages report on Uttar Pradesh called New India's Growth Engine and submitted it in December of 2021. So the whole idea is you have other states growing, and the biggest surprise is coming from Uttar Pradesh. That's one data point people seem to be ignoring.
Okay, we'll go to R. Dinesh of the CII, and Sohail is there also with us. So quick two, Mr. Dinesh. Good morning. We are 6 minutes to the presentation of the budget. Quickly, your thoughts in this last minute run up.
No. So I think for us it's a clear direction, continuity, the continued focus on the infrastructure. And if you look at equitable growth, you did mention that we'll have the opportunity for various other states to catch up in the rate of growth for a significant increase for the economy. I think that plus the fact that the rural and women as well as medium and small scale enterprises are focused on. So this is for us a direction to be given and obviously to lay the foundation for the budget which is going to come in July. So we are looking for the capex spend to go up and the focus on that to continue.
Right, Mr. Dinesh. Sohail, 5 minutes now to go. Right, we've all seen what the economic survey said. We've got the overall picture. I would say the government's going to go full on to help the poorer segments, the youth, the women, the farmers are going to be the main focus, and the rest of the focus on banking, finance, insurance, things which impact FDI will probably come after the elections. Your quick take, Sohail.
So Kishore is an economist, so I won't argue with him on the economic aspects, but let me tell you, industry drives on 2 areas. One is on sentiment and the other is on ease of business, and India has done magnificently better on both these accounts in the last 10 years. That's number one. Number two, the policies are fairly clear, so there is no nepotism, there is no obfuscation in terms of the clarity of the policy. So those who had to rush to Delhi don't have to rush anymore. Number three, your bulwark sectors, which are large employment generators, are only 2: tourism and real estate. We are seeing a boom in both these. I mean, an unimaginable boom. Now let's come to MSME, which I've always said, including on your program, last budget program last year. The MSME is the bulwark of the Indian economy. But the MSME was ravaged during the times of COVID, like every industry was. It will take some time. The tragedy is we are the kind of people, when we are supposed to crawl, we want to jump. These things will happen slowly. A stable economy grows organically. It doesn't grow in fits and starts. Number two, you call it an interim budget. I call it the 1.0 of 2024. There will be a 2.0 because Modi will be back. Unless, the yatras spin out of control, which is also not going to happen. So what Modi will do is he will give you a window to the world he wants to create for every Indian, including the segments you so rightly mentioned. Please cut our government some slack. During COVID times and post that, the free rations have actually helped the poorest of the poor. To then say, oh, but the rich, to hell with the rich here. The rich in this country have used every trick in the book in the past through crony capitalism of bleeding the system. That bleeding has stopped. Rajiv Gandhi famously said, out of every 1 rupee, only 15 paisa reaches the direct beneficiary. That has changed. When the India that we inherited has changed so dramatically, I believe the following will happen. A, we will hit all our targets. B, as PK said, the deficit is reasonably and comfortably low, and the government is continuing to spend. I am a great optimist and I'm a great believer that India is on the right track. Opinions and cynicism cannot derail us because the people of India are now committed to making the economic horizon even more special than before.
Okay, we'll get a quick tip. How the market's doing, Sharmila?
As you know, the markets are the best barometer for how a budget is likely to perform, and we have very good news this morning because both Sensex and Nifty are trading 0.3% higher than last closure. So we have, Nifty at 21,791 and Sensex at 71,966, which is very good news because had the market sensed a populist budget ahead of itself, the market would have likely to have dipped, but with the market trading higher, we do see that the market has a confidence in the interim budget, which is now going to open in any minute now.
And if I could add, Arnav, this is despite two dampeners. One is domestic, where RBI gave a whack to Payments Bank of Paytm, and that has caused some consternation. And then the US Fed has said that they are not tapering off interest rate by March. So obviously, those two dampeners, despite that, markets doing well.
I'm delighted that Shaktikant Das is taking the kind of steps he is. We need a courageous and a governor who cares. We don't need a governor who delivers talks at IIMs and IITs.
So that's a message to China, by the way.
Shaktikant Das has taken the action that he has on Paytm. And the action, by the way, is only compliance related. So, Arnab, when you look at things from the point of view of industry, from the point of view of employees,
we get back to Parliament now. I think we got a feed. We got a feed of the budget session starting out. Can we cut to the feed, please? Thank you.
प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य बजट भाषण की प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात उसे मेंबर पोर्टल पर भी उपलब्ध करा दिया जाएगा। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी,
Honorable Speaker, I present the interim budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays, so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilayein, Yuva, and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations, and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the third time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragnananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti, the empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt, trust-based administration with citizen first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better, with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number 2, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number 3, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production as if in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number 4, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number 5, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number 6, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number 7, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil, unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity backed by Sabka Prayas has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, there is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit, unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Grameen. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Grameen continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care and development. The newly designed U-Win platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was our government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing the importance of assisting fishermen. This has resulted in doubling of both inland and aquaculture production. Seafood exports since 2013-14 has also doubled. Implementation of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana will be stepped up to 1. Enhance aquaculture productivity from existing 3 to 5 tons per hectare. 2. Double exports to 1 lakh crore rupees, and 3. Generate 55 lakh employment opportunities in the near future. 5 integrated aqua parks will also be set up. Lakpati Didi. 83 lakh SHGs. 83 lakh SHGs with 9 crore women are transforming rural socio-economic landscape with empowerment and self-reliance. Honorable Speaker said, their success has assisted nearly 1 crore women to become Lakpati Didi already. They are an inspiration to others. Their achievements will be recognized through honoring them. Buoyed by the success, it has been decided to enhance the target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crores to 3 crores. Technological changes, new age technologies, and data are changing the lives of people and businesses. They are also enabling new economic opportunities and facilitating provision of high-quality services at affordable prices for all, including those at the bottom of the pyramid. Opportunities for India at the global level are expanding. India is showing solutions through innovation and entrepreneurship of its people. Research and innovation for catalyzing growth, employment, and development. Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri gave the slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Prime Minister Vajpayee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, made that Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. Prime Minister Modi has furthered that to Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan, as innovation is the foundation of development. For our tech-savvy youth, this will be a golden era. A corpus of 1 lakh crore rupees will be established with 50-year interest-free loan provided. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low and or nil. I repeat that sentence. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low or nil interest rates. This will encourage the private sector to scale up research and innovation significantly in sunrise domains. We need to have programs that combine the powers of our youth and technology. A new scheme will be launched for strengthening deep tech technologies for defense purposes and expediting Atmanirbharta. Infrastructure development. Building on the massive tripling of the capital expenditure outlay in the past 4 years, resulting in huge multiplier impact on economic growth and employment creation, the outlay for the next year is being increased by 11.1% to 11,111 crore rupees. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Railways. 3 major railway corridor programs will be implemented. These are energy, mineral and cement corridor. Number 2, port connectivity corridors. And number 3, high traffic density corridors. The projects have been identified under the PM Gati Shakti for enabling multimodal connectivity. They will improve logistics efficiency and reduce cost. The resultant decongestion of the high traffic corridors will also help in improving operations of passenger trains, resulting in safety and higher travel speed for passengers. Together with dedicated freight corridors, these 3 economic corridor programs will accelerate our GDP growth and reduce logistic costs. 40,000 normal rail bogies will be converted to Vande Bharat standards to enhance safety, convenience and comfort of passengers. Aviation sector. The aviation sector has been galvanized in the past 10 years. Number of airports have doubled to 149. Rollout of air connectivity to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities under UDAN scheme has been widespread. 517 new routes are carrying 1.3 crore passengers. Indian carriers have proactively placed orders for over 1,000 new aircrafts. Expansion of existing airports and development of new airports will continue expeditiously. Metro and Namo Bharat. We have a fast expanding middle class and rapid urbanization is taking place. Metro rail and Namo Bharat can be the catalyst for the required urban transformation. Expansion of these systems will be supported in large cities focusing on transit-oriented development. Green energy. Towards meeting our commitment for net zero by 2070, the following measures will be taken. Viability gap funding will be provided for harnessing offshore wind energy, potential for initial capacity of 1 gigawatt. Coal gasification and liquefaction capacity of 100 metric tons will be set up by 2030. This will also help in reducing imports of natural gas, methanol, and ammonia. Phased mandatory blending of compressed biogas in compressed natural gas for transport and piped natural gas for domestic purposes will be mandated. Financial assistance will be provided for procurement of biomass aggregation machinery to support collection. Electric vehicle ecosystem. Our government will expand this and strengthen the e-vehicle ecosystem by supporting manufacturing and charging infrastructure. Greater adoption of e-buses for public transport networks will be encouraged through payment security mechanism. Biomanufacturing and biofoundry. For promoting green growth, a new scheme of biomanufacturing and biofoundry will be launched. This will provide environment-friendly alternatives such as biodegradable polymers, bioplastics, biopharmaceuticals, and bioagri inputs. This scheme will also help in transforming today's consumptive manufacturing paradigm to the one based on regenerative principles. Blue Economy 2.0. For promoting climate resilient activities for Blue Economy 2.0, a scheme for restoration and adaptation measures and coastal aquaculture and mariculture with integrated and multi-sectoral approach will be launched. Comprehensive development of tourist centers. The success of organizing G20 meetings in 60 places presented diversity of India to global audience. Our economic strength has made the country an attractive destination for business and conference tourism. Our middle class also now aspires to travel and explore. Tourism, including spiritual tourism, has tremendous opportunities for local entrepreneurship. States will be encouraged to take up comprehensive development of iconic tourist centers, branding and marketing them at global scale. A framework for rating of the centers based on quality of facilities and services will be established. Long-term interest-free loans will be provided to states for financing such development on matching basis. To address the emerging fervor for domestic tourism, Honorable Speaker, sir, projects for port connectivity, tourism infrastructure, and amenities will be taken up on our islands, including Lakshadweep. This will help in generating employment also. Promoting investments. The FDI inflow during 2014 to 23 was $596 billion, marking a golden era. That is twice the inflow during 2005 to 14. For encouraging sustained foreign investment, we are negotiating bilateral investment treaties with our foreign partners in the spirit of First Develop India. FDI is First Develop India. Reforms in the states for Vikasit Bharat. Many growth and development enabling reforms are needed in the states for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat. A provision of 75,000 crore rupees as 50-year interest-free loan is proposed this year to support those milestone-linked reforms by the state governments. Societal changes. The government will form a high-powered committee for an extensive consideration of the challenges arising from fast population growth and demographic changes. The committee will be mandated to make recommendations for addressing these challenges comprehensively in relation to the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Amrit Kal as Kartavya Kal. Our government stands committed to strengthening and expanding the economy with high growth and to create conditions for people to realize their aspirations. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address to the nation in the 75th year of our Republic, said, and I quote, "We commit ourselves to national development with new inspirations, new consciousness, new resolutions as the country opens up immense possibilities and opportunities. It is our Kartavya Kal." Unquote. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. Revised estimates of 2023-24. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.03 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Budget estimates for 2024-25. Coming to the year 2024-25, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 30.80 and 47.66 lakh crore rupees respectively. The tax receipts are estimated at 26.02 lakh crore rupees. The scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with an outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. So the gross and net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.13 lakh crore rupees and 11.75 lakh crore respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. Now that the private investments are happening at scale, the lower borrowings by the central government will facilitate larger availability of credit for the private sector. Vote on account. I'll be seeking vote on account approval of the Parliament through the appropriation bill for a part of the financial year 2024-25. I will now move to Part B. Honourable Speaker, sir, over the last 10 years, the direct tax collections have more than trebled and the return filers swelled 2.4 times. I would like to assure the taxpayers that their contributions have been used wisely for the development of the country and welfare of its people. I appreciate the taxpayers for their continued support. The government has reduced and rationalized tax rates. Under the new tax scheme, there is now no tax liability for taxpayers with income up to 7 lakh rupees, up from 2.2 lakh rupees in the financial year 2013-14. The threshold for presumptive taxation for retail businesses was increased from 2 crores to 3 crores. Similarly, the threshold for professionals eligible for presumptive taxation was increased from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees. Also, corporate tax rate was decreased from 30% to 22% for existing domestic companies and to 15% for certain new manufacturing companies. Honourable Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, our focus has been to improve taxpayer services. The age-old jurisdiction-based assessment system was transformed with the introduction of faceless assessment and appeal, thereby imparting greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Introduction of updated income tax returns, a new Form 26AS, and pre-filling of tax returns have made filing of tax returns simpler and easier. Average processing time of returns has been reduced from 93 days in the year 2013-14 to a mere 10 days this year, thereby making refunds faster. Indirect taxation. By unifying the highly fragmented indirect tax regime in India, the GST has reduced the compliance burden on trade and industry. The industry has acknowledged the benefits of GST. According to a recent survey conducted by a leading consulting firm, 94% of industry leaders view the transition to GST as largely positive. According to 80% of the respondents, it has led to supply chain optimization, as elimination of tax arbitrage and octroi has resulted in disbanding of checkposts at the state and city boundaries. At the same time, tax base of GST more than doubled, and the average monthly gross GST collection has almost doubled to 1.66 lakh crores this year. States too have benefited. States' SGST revenue, including compensation released to states in the post-GST period of 2017-18 to 2022-23, has achieved a buoyancy of 1.22. In contrast, the tax buoyancy of state revenues from subsumed taxes in the pre-GST 4-year period of 2012-13 to 2015-16 was a mere 0.72. The biggest beneficiaries are consumers, as reduction in logistic cost and taxes have brought down prices of most goods and services. We have taken a number of steps in customs to facilitate international trade. As a result, the import release time declined by 47% to 71 hours at inland container depots, by 28% to 44 hours at air cargo complexes, and by 27% to 85 hours at seaports over the last 4 years since 2019. When the national time release studies were first acted. Tax proposals. As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. Moreover, in line with our government's vision to improve ease of living and ease of doing business, I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayers' services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much-needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high, sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development and performance, effective delivery and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat, with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
So, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Can we cut? Okay, let me get the first set of reactions in. I have with me Sandeep Ghosh in the studio here. But first I would like to go to Kishore Subramaniam and of course PK Basu for their first thoughts. You know, I was looking at the takeaways, PK, and the first takeaway for me is the government is being extremely forthright, direct, and wants to put the facts out on what the situation was in 2014 compared to now. I think the very significant takeaway for me is the announcement by the finance minister that she would like to present a white paper on the economic progress. So that serves as some kind of a substitute to all WhatsApp information that may be going on. So the government wants to place on record where things were and where things are. So I feel, I mean, rather than look at the fine-tuning of this, which is really an enumeration of the government schemes and intent, I thought that was significant. I'd like to take your one fundamental takeaway. PK.
Well, the glide path of fiscal responsibility is very clear. This year, it will be 5.8% of GDP according to the government, lower than the budgeted estimate of 5.9. Next year is 5.1, and the following year 4.5. So really, from the point of view of markets and the economy, the reduction in the fiscal deficit over time helps to crowd in private investment. This is classic economics. The government reduces its borrowing requirement and allows the private sector to step in and invest more. I don't think there's going to be any real change to the strength of public investment by the government. Public investment continues, infrastructure is going to continue to be built rapidly, but the fiscal deficit comes down because direct tax revenues in particular, as well as GST, are continuing to grow at a very robust pace. So from an economic and market standpoint, this is very positive. Of course, it's an interim budget and therefore there can be no tax changes. The only tax change, of course, is that all the exemptions that expire at the end of March this year are extended for 1 year. But apart from that, no tax changes, which is because this is an interim budget. There is going to be much more to come in July.
Yeah, I would like to add a couple of points. See, fiscal prudence has been the path they are taking, and that's the right approach. Otherwise, it's an interim budget. I think they have been clear that there will be no populism. That is a very important point, because the moment you start hovering on taking seats and doing populism, you're going to leak a lot of money. There has been prudence on that ground, and continuously, be it 2019 or this year, we have seen the same direction where you do not take populism. That's a very good stuff, and I think that this fiscal prudence and the control of inflation, with which RBI is doing a wonderful job, will actually put us on the economic highway at a speed which will be unmatched in the globe. So positive for the markets, not much for the taxpayers, no relief because it's an interim budget. But again, remember, no bad news is great good news. That's my take. And one more point to add, just before I forget, one more point to add.
I found a very refreshing. Yeah, please.
Yeah, one more point I want to add is that the thrust on tourism on Lakshadweep was a political, whatever message you call it, it was there.
I liked it.
Yeah,
I liked it. Abhishek.
Arnab, so of course the economic analysis would come from the experts. Political messaging, social justice, saturation coverage, triple talaq, women in workforce, women's reservation. And remember, Arnab, BJP is strong in north and west, the focus on east and south. So the finance minister said in so many words, Eastern India is going to be the engine of growth. And she mentioned Pragananda as the power of youth, focusing on south. I think the message is clear. south and east is the focus now, west and north having taken care of. And of course, the women power, Nari Shakti, with all the things I mentioned, women's share increasing in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, both urban and rural, triple talaq mentioned, women in workforce. She also mentioned that women are part of Waqf now, which means she's focusing on the women from minority community also. So I think that's my political message coming out of the budget.
Absolutely. I want, before I go to Sandeep, I want to go back to Piruz, who said, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka SOP. He hasn't got a single SOP today, but I'd like to get his take on the way things have panned out, because Piruz, the government has given its clear statement of intention. A, fiscal deficit is very well controlled, and they are talking about people-centric inclusive development. You know, of course, so you must have seen the speech for the last 1 hour. What's your single takeaway? Can't hear. I'm not
to
getting,
even not
I'm not
have your
getting the
bad
audio.
news. So bad news not hearing is also good news.
You're back.
Hello.
Yeah,
your audio nahi aa raha
hai.
Okay. So sometimes no bad news is also good news, Arnab. So sometimes even no bad news is good news, and I think that there is no change in the tax structure is very good, because what I didn't want is that we should not what I call tax the rich and get to the poor. So I think that does not happen. Everything is same. Now coming to the good positive parts of the budget, I think the whole idea of infrastructure spending in rural areas, which is my industry, agri, dairy, fisheries, and I think if they also put a lot of pressure, a lot of things on infrastructure, food processing, branding, I think this is very good, because if India's manufacturing economy has to grow, even agriculture processing, dairy processing, food processing has to grow. So these are, I think, very positive announcements. As regards what I was saying earlier on ensuring a level playing field between taxes, I'm sure this will be done at a later stage in later budgets. But more importantly, there needs to be more tax reforms, and I'm very happy that they have started with at least one tax reform, that whatever disputed amounts are there, up to 25,000 rupees of past, they are ready to waive off. And I think that is a good thing, because it will ensure that the litigation decreases. There is no point of litigating for smaller amounts like 25,000 and 50,000. Also, they have linked, at the state level, they have linked money with reforms. So a lot of state governments are going slow on reforms. So I think when you give them finance and you link it to reforms, that is a very positive move. And also the sunset clause for a lot of startups and IFCI account holders and all have been extended, and I think that is exactly what I was saying, that you need to support the startup ecosystem. So to that extent, by extending those tax breaks to a little bit later date, I am sure it will help startups. So I think on a positive note, it is quite positive. It is not impacting anybody's pocket. So that way I am pretty happy, and I do believe that there is room for much more reform, much more tax breaks, but I'm sure more will come in the next budgets.
Absolutely. So I think the social welfare stance of the government continues, but at the same time, Sandeep, they are not going in for more support. They are. The government is saying very clearly, we will have the Lakpati Didi scheme. We will have 1 crore houses getting 300 units each. We will have free ration for 80 crore Indians, hereby indicating that this level of support will continue, but not further than that. The government is also looking at creating a culture of self-sufficiency. But what I found very refreshing, and is this clarity that we are not going to try and look for this artificial symbolism. 200 crores for women vote bank. Look at Chidambaram's budget, 1,000 crore for women, all over the women. Some money for youth, some money for a scheduled caste vote bank, some money for army personnel. So it was more seeking the pink paper's headline than really doing fundamental work. This is not the SOPs and grants interim budget, and that's what I like about it.
Absolutely, Arnab. This is something I think the opposition misses. When they're targeting, they try to target women through SOPs. But women today are looking for something aspirational, especially the younger ones. They're not interested in soaps. They want to see their future. And therefore, encouraging this small micro entrepreneurship, what you're talking of Lakpati Didis and everything else, I think that is what gives them that hope, that aspiration with this government. And I think that is the sustained, what I see, three very sustained emphasis of the government. One is to encourage small and micro enterprises, entrepreneurship rather than enterprises, so that people become self-employed. As he says, job givers than job seekers. That is the only way to really multiply. Secondly, on sustained emphasis of Narendra Modi on increasing the efficiency of the economy. Earlier, he has tried to do through taxation, through GST and DBT, etc. But now his emphasis on Gati Shakti. The next, unlocking of value has to come from improving our logistics system. So that is, I think, a very, very enlightened move on there. His dependence on infra continues, and it is both necessary as well as both from a national asset creation point of view, as well as infra has the maximum employment intensity. So he has to do that. But all these together, sustained with this women's inclusion, as you are saying, whether through PMAY or other rural infrastructure over there, I think that to me is the more better silver lining than if anybody was expecting SOPs, anybody was expecting that kind of doles.
Let's get a headline in from our business editor, Sharmila. Sharmila, what's your big headline today? If you were doing a newspaper, anyway, newspapers are out of fashion, but if you were doing a newspaper, what would be the 8-column headline?
A lot of people will be very angry with that statement, Arnab. But clearly, with the finance minister giving a very stable budget layout with no major changes, we will expect the market to be stable. The numbers are just coming in. And also, as you just said, that no big SOPs, no big doles going to be given out. The government has already said that they're quite saturated on the social schemes front. So which means that more and more capex will be diverted towards growth, manufacturing, etc., industry, which is also great for generating employment in the long term. And so I think it's a very prudent budget and not a populist one. And the government did not really try to prove any point and just stayed on its own long-term vision. So I think the government stays on its long-term growth vision is a headline that I can give you right now, Arnab.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go to Sumit Mehta also. Sumit, what do you think?
Arnab, this is an amazing budget. First thing is, no bad news, no changes is one very big good news. Second thing is the confidence that the government has in spearheading the infrastructure development. You look at Gati Shakti. When Gati Shakti Yojana was announced, the government endeavored to reduce the logistics cost, which is around 14% of the GDP, to around 8%. And for that, the kind of infrastructure that is being built, the Sagarmala project, the connectivity of rail and roads to the ports, improving the efficiency of the ports, improving the turnaround time of the ships docking in Indian ports. This is one very big positive. Second thing is, if we look at the way government has gone ahead to reduce litigations, that is one very big reform from this government side. Up to 25,000 rupees, any tax litigation which has been going on for ages and ages, is finally we are seeing a closure of that. This is a very big relief for many businessmen and also for the medium class taxpayers also who have been facing this kind of receipts. One very glaring factor I would like to tell you, numbers. Honorable Finance Minister talked about 34 lakh crore rupees of leakages being stopped by this particular government. 34 lakh crore rupees as a percentage of GDP is around 11% of the GDP. Government has saved leakages to the extent of 11% of the GDP, and that is the real success of the government, that they have been able to go for progressive welfareism in the state, at the same time invest heavily in infrastructure and build the kind of infrastructure which is now at from 10 lakh crores, it is now increased to around 11.1 lakh crore rupees. And also very importantly, increase the overall expenditure by the state in infrastructure, that has gone up. Public spending in infrastructure has gone up. And I think this is a very progressive budget. It also talks about the government's confidence that reforms will continue. I'd like to add two things. Jim Rogers had said that there is a lot of bureaucracy. My experience as a chartered accountant.
I think, Sumit, that is the point.
When I started article
No, Sumit, I think that is the main point. The government has not presented an what would be described, Ashish, as an election budget. Am I right, Abhishek?
Yeah,
Ashish, this is not an election budget, and that's what I like about it.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, there were expectations in this budget that government will announce a lot of SOPs. But if you look at it, the capital expenditure which mostly people said would be around 8 to 10% is upwards of 11.1%. So capital expenditure, which is at 3.4% of GDP, has come as an absolute surprise. You just ask somebody right now, what would be the headline for tomorrow? I think the headline, if it were a newsprint, it would be governance, development and performance, a new definition for GDP that the government has come out with. The white paper that the government has proposed on the Indian economy is, I think, a step in absolutely the right direction. The finance minister spoke about, Jan Dhan account. Now, the French president was here, so I'd just like to give it in terms of that perspective. French population is 6.7 crores, whereas India, Jan Dhan accounts opened in the last 9 years is upwards of 51 crores. And the amounts lying in that, when people said, these are waste of time and there will hardly be anything, it will be a problem to manage these accounts. The amounts in these accounts are 2.1 lakh crores. I think overall, if you see, government has stuck to its path when it comes to even the glide part for fiscal. I think one person who got it right, and he's on this panel, and I cannot but mention, is PK. He was the only one who kept on saying that the GDP growth will be higher than 7.5%. He's the only one who kept on saying that the government can surprise you on the fiscal deficit side, and what it is, I mean, against 5.9 and still sticking to 4.6 by FY 2026. I can see PK, a smile on PK's face. PK,
yeah, he was spot
you got
on.
it right.
He was absolutely spot on.
Yeah, well, I think both in terms of growth and in terms of the fiscal deficit numbers, the government is outperforming expectations by a long way. I think in terms of growth, the numbers, they are still very cautious, but I think they are going to do a lot better than the implicit growth numbers that are in the budget projection. So I'd say that the improving
just one last point that I want to make before I give it to you, PK. No change. There was some there were fears that there could be some tinkling with the STT, and that's not happened. There is no change in tax, so no change is actually a huge positive. That's the only point I wanted to make. PK, sorry to interrupt.
No. One more point I wanted to add was that one interesting mention by the Honorable Finance Minister, FDI, first develop India. Now that's going to catch a lot of headlines tomorrow on the print media, because that's a very strong message, though lightheartedly said, but first develop India. That's a very, very interesting message. And I come from an industry where mutual funds I sell, so I understand one thing, that the domestic inflows, be it through the SIPs or the mutual funds, have ensured that we are no longer dependent on the FIIs. So remember, there will be a day and age where we will be completely self-sustained, and that's a great messaging, not politically necessarily, but that's a great messaging for sustenance and growth of internal consumption and India as a whole.
Allow me one point in continuation to what you just said, Adda. Pre-budget, we discussed about all the external headwinds. Whereas what this gentleman just pointed out is that, and that's absolutely right, India's dependence on foreign investment and foreign institutional investment has gone down substantially as the rise in financial savings as a concept in India. So even if there are headwinds and external headwinds, India and particularly Indian markets over a long term have the ability to now face them with enough amount of firepower which is in-house.
Yes, absolutely. I think Sandeep's been wanting to chip in as well. Sandeep.
I wanted to make a small point. One consistent feature of Nirmala Sitharaman's last 6 budget is every time, as you were saying, people think it's going to be a populist budget, it's going to be an election budget. I think she has stayed the course. And that's in line with Narendra Modi's thing, not taking those short-term measures.
No short-term.
No short-term.
No short-term.
And also the white paper, Arnab, everybody asked Narendra Modi, why didn't you present this white paper in 2014? And he had said, if I presented then, there would have been a total shaking of confidence on India in the global economy. So today, I think is the appropriate time to put it on record so that, as you said, all the WhatsApp misinformation and all the canards which opposition will spread is put to rest before the next term.
Yeah, because that's the real issue. You know, what happens is that you can have all the structural reforms, the fundamental changes made over a period of time, but then you can narrow it down in an election season to that one point. That one point can be gas cylinder prices. That one point can be a momentary period of consumer price inflation. Right? And the numbers can be taken out of context to give an impression. And that's the real story, isn't it? I mean, Sharmila, that the impression is given, oh, economy is doing great, but what is it doing for you? Oh, well, the country is doing great according to Narendra Modi, but only a couple of business houses are benefiting. What is it doing for you? What is it doing for unemployment? What is it doing for inflation? What is it doing for the prices of essential commodities? And I think it is very, very important right now in election season and even otherwise to set the record straight. If the government doesn't set the record straight, it will not have the popular support to continue with the structural reforms, which may appear to be made to be too harsh for the common man, benefiting only the upper middle class and the rich and the affluent and the corporate houses. So I think government's got to be very conscious of that, Sharmila. Very, very conscious of that. Absolutely. Especially in election season. So I think this is good. I mean, it's very, very good that we're going to have a counter, and I think we should have a proper debate on that as well. Yes, Sharmila.
Yeah, absolutely. Because as we see that the thrust of the government is on the manufacturing sector, and its heart is in the right place when it comes to expanding manufacturing in the country, which in turn will generate employment. So if we are talking about the growth of the nation and increasing PCI, then we definitely know that manufacturing industry is going to drive that. And if we are continuing to be dependent on subsidies, eventually it's going to benefit the economy. So to actually come up with small, hitting out at the government with on subsidies, etc., is pointless. Because if you see the long-term gain of this plan of this current government, it is completely driven towards making the nation a developed nation, and it's doing the right things at the right time to move it in the right direction. So there has to be a comprehensive economic understanding about the macro indicators and the macro picture right now. And also, we should, while you, Arnab, say that we are self-congratulatory, but we do have enough reasons to congratulate ourselves that at the time when the globe is facing a recessionary situation, India is emerging as a fastest growing economy. So if the globe has its trust in India, we are doing something right. Yes.
But Sharmila, I'll just take this point forward here. For anything that you want to do, your fundamentals must be strong.
Right.
If your political fundamentals are not strong, you can't move. Now, there are two approaches to such a situation, PK, Sandeep. Well, government strong, there's a lot of popular support. Narendra Modi is the most popular Prime Minister. He's going to break all records, and hence, at this point of time, the work will speak for itself. But that's not often the case, Sandeep. We're, for example, you and I right now in our Kolkata studios, and in the Trinamool Congress puts out the tweets, what happened to the jobs? They say prices have gone up by 64%. Garib Kalyan, Achhe Din have yielded no results. Farmers are committing suicide. We need actual numbers. The government needs to put its skin in the game, Sandeep. It needs to put the numbers and not look the other way. It cannot depend on the BJP IT cell to be responding. There has to be a response from the government. That better come soon.
Narendra Modi is again very conscious of that, India rising example, which people keep quoting. Even the other day, Jairam Ramesh was saying, remember India, not India rising, India shining at that point in time. And that repeat, that's why he was putting the points straight in. And the point you made earlier, there is support, there is the base level. Now he is focusing on increasing the income at the bottom of the pyramid, putting more money in people's hands to spend. And one point, last point, that day I was again hearing a Congress spokesperson saying people are having to return to the rural areas because there are no
People
jobs.
are having to?
Return to the rural areas because there is no job in the cities. Going back to the villages is not a bad thing. If you are really having employment opportunities there and high value addition, a lot of high net worth individuals today want to become farmers. They're going in for doing farming, organic farming and this and that. So if these kind of rural emphasis is given and people are going to
Okay, we have Rajnath Singh's soundbite coming. Can I just play that?
खरीदी पर बहुत ही उत्साहवर्धक है और आगे के लिए भी और अधिक आशाएं बढ़ती हैं और भारत की इकॉनमी की साइज जितनी इस समय है इसमें पूरी तरह से मैं आश्वस्त हूं इस इंटरिम बजट के कारण ही जो भी इंडिकेशन इस बजट से मिले हैं कि हमारी इकॉनमी जो आज दुनिया की टाइप 5 कंट्रीज में है उसकी साइज बढ़कर 2027 तक मोर देन $5 ट्रिलियन जाएगी और 2030 आते आते मोर देन $7 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचेगी।
2047 का जो एक रोड मैप दिया है प्रधानमंत्री,
या उस रोड मैप उस टारगेट को हम अचीव करेंगे, हम लोग पूरी तरह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
And also following up on that, the point to be made here is that the capex for infrastructure development is presently, Kishore, at 11,11,111 crores. This was 3.4 or 3.5% of GDP, Kishore?
Yeah, so that's going to thrust and give huge employment. But let me answer you back on 2 points, important points that you raised. One, why was it not populist? Because the government is confident that they are winning the election. And that is a very important message, because if the government was not confident, it would have probably minorly treaded on the path of being a little populist. So that shows confidence. Second point which you mentioned about wrong statistical data being given by opposition to sway the narrative. I will give you an example. 2 days back, Shashi Tharoor had put out a tweet, the performance of Sensex under different prime ministers. I'm going to reply to his tweet with a detailed post, but let me tell you on camera, live on national television, that Congress's performance on economic indicator from 1947 to 92, we were bankrupt. Period. Let us not forget that in 42 years to 45 years, we were bankrupt with a reserve of $1.6 billion. That is what Congress did. It took us 20 years to recover from there, and now we are moving back. So before the opposition puts such narratives and statistically trying to sway people with wrong things, you need to understand that if you look at the period where India grew the fastest, which is from 2004 to 7, that foundation was laid by BJP. Atal Bihari Vajpayee had laid that foundation, and with the Golden Quadrilateral, we started the project and we moved ahead. So swaying with numbers is very easy, but the fact of the matter is that this is the fastest growth, the best growth, fiscally the most prudent, at a GDP rate better when the globe is under recession. So we need to understand that we are not growing, we are growing under...
Mahesh Babu, Global CEO of Switch Mobility, who's joining us right now. Mahesh Babu, let's get a quick set of reactions out there, and I'll keep summarizing the big headlines in my view. Please remember, there are some areas where the numbers are not announced, but the government has also said we are going to invest greatly in deep tech in the defense sector. Watch out for that. As a statement of intent, deep tech in defense sector. Allocations will happen after the elections, but what we are talking about is defense sustainability in all areas that will be transformative to our geostrategic stability and our innate strength. Let's get Mahesh Babu. Mahesh Babu, your thoughts. You heard the budget. What direction does it give?
Yeah, I think thanks for having me in the show. I think the budget is setting up a vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. So it's more of a vision. While it is an interim budget, as you rightly said, 1 lakh crore have been set up for new tech. It has been told it's going to be the golden era for new tech technologies with interest-free loans. We'll have to wait and watch how that just encourages the sector. I also like the idea of not having any taxes, so it gives stability to the industry, and clear fiscal prudence of bringing down the fiscal deficit from 5.8 to 5.1. It's clearly showing the fiscal prudence, and particularly in the auto sector, very specifically talking about country's commitment towards net zero by 2070, schemes around it. And in the automotive sector, I'm very heartened to hear that electric bus is being focused. That is for public transport, and the payment security mechanism is being worked out by the government. While it's an interim budget, I think such specific announcements clearly boost the sector like automotive, particularly in the EV.
Correct. Correct. Now there's one tweet going around which is going viral now. Came from Piyush Goyal with just the prophetic words out there. In July 2024, ... Along with that, a video clip where the finance minister says that in July 2024, our government will present a detailed roadmap for Vikasit Bharat. And so the expectation out here, Sharmila, Abhishek, is that there'll be fireworks in July.
Obviously.
You know?
Obviously, so the finance minister has kept the powder dry, for the bigger one. Obviously, she has kept the powder dry for the bigger one, Arnav.
Yeah, but that's a big message, right? I mean, it's going to be like, oh, okay, so the big game changer budget.
That's also the kind of confidence that the government has that, you know, they don't need these big bang kind of things just to win an election. The election they are anyway winning.
ये तो सिर्फ झांकी है,
ये तो सिर्फ
झांकी है,
असली बजट बाकी है. ये तो सिर्फ झांकी है, असली बजट बाकी है. I make sense, you know. I like this quiet confidence. You know, forever we've been condemned with situations where it's almost like handouts being given. A railway budget by Lalu Prasad Yadav. Lalu Prasad and Chidambaram have ruined the economy of the country and the railway economy of the country respectively. I find it rather more exciting that in one sentence, instead of wasted effort, the government says that we are going to, I think a mention was made of 40,000 coaches, rail bogies, which will be brought to
Vande
Bharat levels. And that was a very matter of fact thing, Abhishek. No great elaboration of it.
Yeah.
This route, that route, we will give it from Kolhapur to this place and hence vote for me there. We'll give it from Guwahati to Silchar, hence vote for me there. There is no attempt at all at appealing to any vote banks.
And releasing the passenger track by moving to the
I like the fact that they're not talking about geographical sectors and getting claps from certain areas, then seeking those stops. That's so terrible. It's so demeaning. We're not seeing any of that happen right now. That's for me is very, very exciting.
We must congratulate PK, our own Raghuram Rajan predicted 5.5% and PK gave us the correct prediction of GDP.
Yeah, of course. You can't. I mean, PK is at another level. PK is at another level. He's coming into his prime, unlike Raghuram, who is over the hill. So we have to keep PK strongly encouraged on those factors out there. We have a lot of faith in PK and Kishore, and that's the way we look at it. Keshav Bhajanka of Century Ply. Keshav, hi. You saw the whole budget speech. How did it sound? How do you feel?
And I think we need to give credit where credit is due. It is a fantastic budget. I think the government has truly stated, it's a statement of fact that we are going to move towards 10, 20, 30 trillion. And a few highlights, the increase in spending on infrastructure, which is something that we're all hoping for. The focus on the Prime Minister Gramin Awas Yojana, which is going to be really beneficial for our sector, and the focus on the tourism industry. I think from the point of view of real estate and housing and related sectors, it is an excellent budget. And I don't think, we could have expected, most of us are expecting populist measures, but I don't think that has come through. I think this is a brilliant and a very, very balanced budget.
Ask Mr. Bhajanka about the cement corridor. He also makes cement.
Ask him directly.
Mr. Bhajanka, what about the cement corridor? How do you think it will benefit the cement industry, especially since you're in the northeast? And will it give you greater reach, footprint in the mainland?
Good point to him, yeah.
100%. I think, the steps that are being taken, they are to promote business all across. The northeast has been slightly, I would say, neglected sector. But now the initiatives, like Arnab said, it is not about from this part of the country to that part. It is not about vote bank. This is a budget for the entire economy, and business in general is going to benefit financially.
today movement of cement, etc., gets stuck with coal movement, sometimes agriculture movement. But having a separate corridor, it's also, Narendra Modi's integrated vision of infrastructure. He doesn't look at it in isolation. He needs to create Gati Shakti. He needs to create channels for cement and the ports, etc. I think that is what's distinguishing.
Okay. Nirmala Sitharaman speaking in the Rajya Sabha right now. I'd like to cut it briefly, please.
Statement and macroeconomic framework statement. Thank you.
Honorable members, I have to inform honorable members that panel of vice chairpersons has been reconstituted with the following members: Srimati Ramila Ben Becharbhai Bara, Srimati Seema Dwivedi, Dr. Ami Yaznik, Srimati Mosam Noor, Shri Kanak Medla Ravindra Kumar, Shri Prabhakar Reddy Vemi Reddy, Professor Manoj Kumar Jha, Lieutenant General Dr. D.P. Vats Sevanivrit. The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. on Friday, the 2nd February 2024.
All right, so those pictures coming in from the Rajya Sabha after the budget was commended to the Lok Sabha. It's being presented in the Rajya Sabha also. Remember, both the houses have to pass the budget. There would, of course, be a short discussion also, and then it gets passed. I believe in the Lok Sabha it did get passed, right? And the Rajya Sabha, in fact, got adjourned till tomorrow. We are looking at the takeaways from the budget. We are having this conversation. And Sharmila, our business editor, is with us. We have spoken about the fiscal consolidation. We have spoken about the continuity. We have spoken about the political messaging in the budget, a bit of which I saw also, like it is as a journalist to see, as a political observer. The finance minister, I'm told, wearing a Kantha silk sari from Bengal. And the color was Ramam, as it is called in Tamil Nadu, right, Subramanian? Yeah. Right, Mr. Subramanian? Exactly. So the blue color of Ram, and it's called Ramam in Tamil Nadu. So the focus entirely on Bengal and Tamil Nadu, I believe, and political messaging, so to say. So I think going ahead, let's continue the conversation on the specific areas, some of the specific areas which the finance minister focused. So for example, 100,000 crore, 1 lakh crore rupees corpus for sunrise sector research. Now, isn't this fantastic? I'm told we are joined in by Mr. Adil Shetty. I believe he's joining us from CII, if I can be told. Okay, Mr. Adil Shetty, the CEO of Bank Bazaar, is joining us. Mr. Shetty, your first reaction to the interim budget that the finance minister has just presented.
Yeah, we like the coverage on the digital economy. So the finance minister recognized digital public infra as the new factor of production. This is a big, economic statement. You think of labor, you think of capital, but to say that digital public infra like Aadhaar, video KYC, UPI, that this is the new factor of production is a big deal. You covered the 1 lakh crore, 50-year low interest rate to zero interest rate loans for sunrise sectors. We'll see the scheme to see how it's being operationalized, but 1 lakh crore is a lot of money, right? A lot of money to be investing in growing innovation sectors. She spoke about regulatory support for MSMEs. A lot of new digital laws are coming out in India, digital privacy, digital India, SRO for fintech. So I think if we can create an innovation ecosystem in India, we could be the digital economy of the world. I think it's an exciting time.
Adil, Sharmila joining in and adding to Abhishek's question here. We know that the government's intent is to make more and more people shift from the old regime of taxation to the new regime, but we don't see any incentivization just yet. Do you expect some movement in the next July budget where you think a nudge from the government would onboard more and more people to the new regime of taxation?
Yeah, great question, right? Because we find in most cases when we do the math at Bank Bazaar that people are actually better off in the new regime. To give you a data point, unless you have over 4.2 lakhs in deduction, and 4.2 lakhs in deduction is difficult. It means home loan interest of 2 lakhs, NPS of 50,000, you're actually better in the new regime. But because of the status quo, right, people have not shifted. I think in July, if one sweetener can be given, like last time, they reduced the highest tax rate, they reduced the number of slabs from 6 to 5. I think one sweetener, like you said in July, can do the trick to have a mass transition to the new regime.
Adil, are you sure? Are you sure that the new tax regime is attractive? My CA tells me otherwise. That you're better off with the old one.
So unless you have deduction of over 4.25 lakh, which I find a minority of people have, you're actually better off in the new tax regime when you're a salaried over 15 lakh individual. But I think the status quo is stopping people from moving because I don't want to go through the trouble of running the calculation. But today you can do it online in 2 minutes.
No,
please try it.
No, but the important point is not about the new tax regime, about 4.2 lakhs. What is important is that if you remove the old tax regime, your savings will go away. You understand that yes, it will translate into consumption, but consumption of what? Data, mobile and stuff. So remember that it is a double loss. The government also does not get the money, the insurance sector does not get the money, the long-term bonds don't get the money. So the savings will move away, and the gross domestic savings, which moving from a socialist economy to a capitalist economy, we have seen fast erosion or reasonably fast erosion of GDS, and we do not want that to happen. We don't want India to be a country 25-30 years later like America, fully debt driven, because today if you look at an employee in my organization who is earning 40 to 45,000, he average holds 6 credit cards. Now this is not great news for the youngster. We need to have the GDS up, so the old tax regime should stay because it allows people to save. If you move on saying that, okay, I'll give you till 10 lakhs, don't save money, just spend it, consumption may move up. Added to that, inflation will also fast shoot up. So I believe both the tax regimes are a good thing to have. We need not incentivize to move to the new tax regime.
Your thoughts on that, Adil? It's very interesting what he just said. So that do we move towards a fast consumption economy, which is a given when a country is looking towards becoming a developed nation, but then how do we also keep our domestic savings protected?
Well, if I could just respond, the interesting thing is that what is incentivized in the old tax regime is saving through insurance. If you save through fixed deposits, you don't get the incentives. So if you're in a new tax regime, you're not going to do as much saving through investment. You're just going to place much more fixed deposits. So I think in some ways, if there's a benefit from this, it is a shift from insurance to banking. The banks will benefit a bit more from the adoption and acceptance of the new tax regime.
Okay, Adil, since you represent Bank Bazaar, we know what has happened yesterday with the Payments Bank of Paytm and the RBI. Your thoughts on stability of the markets?
First,
and
on
the
the
sector
earlier question, and then I'll comment on this. So I think what the financial situation in India today is, a lot of good financial products are out there which you should buy irrespective of having a deduction or not, or an incentive or not from a tax perspective. So what I mean by that is, look at a product like term insurance. Everyone needs to have 5 times their annual income as term insurance if they die. Look at what's happening with SIPs. So I think the belief today in India is we have a mature financial market, which fortunately the regulator has made very consumer friendly. So there is an incentive to buy a product, whether you're in the new or the old regime, because you should be saving via mutual funds. You should be having term life insurance. You should be having general insurance. Now, what the regulator is saying, right, to your second question,
completely disagree with this.
is that people need to follow the rules for long-term success. Everything the regulator and the RBI has done, they said it's not about short-term growth or breaking the system, but we have to do the things which will build for long-term success. That means good governance, following the compliance rules, and partnerships, right, between the banks and the fintechs. So I think let's look at what the regulator wants over the long term. They want fintechs to grow. They want digital economy to grow. Everyone in India, and the finance minister mentioned digital economy, innovation so many times. Artificial intelligence, right, is going to transform India in the next 10 years.
Okay,
but we have to do it, right,
Adil.
while ensuring compliance, ensuring governance. And I think that's the long-term trend the regulator is setting, saying, yes, please innovate, but please make sure that we follow the highest
Adil,
standards
just
of
hold
governance.
on for a bit. There is some technical issue that we are just sorting out, and meanwhile, you were disagreeing with him on something.
I was disagreeing with two facts. See, where I humbly disagree with Adil is that, India is a matured market. It's a wrong data. I'll tell you why. Because
okay, hold on. Arnab is joining in, so he'll take over. Okay, fine. Okay, so we are just switching the PCR, and Arnab would be there on the other side, and we continue the conversation from there actually. Are we through? I think very soon we are going to also get reaction from the Prime Minister on the budget. We are waiting for that. Let me see if we have got something. Okay. All right. So basically, all right, shall we sort of slip into a short break of a minute and then come back by the time the switch happens? We take a short break.
Increasing capex, it is required. That's what is keeping the economy going. So I'm glad that was done. End of the day, is that money supply in the economy keeps it going. And right now, the government is
so, did I tell?
The budget has continued that. Of course, in the longer, medium to longer term, the budget, the future budget would have to bring in policies to stimulate private investment in the economy. But as far as this budget is concerned, I think this is a good move. Absolutely, and I think our economy is in a good space, no doubt. Unlike what is happening globally, our economy is in a good space. But lots, of course, needs to be done. Like I mentioned first, how to stimulate private investment. If we have to stimulate demand and consumption, if I start looking at from the housing point of view, for example, a lot of the incentives which were given to especially affordable housing, were taken back in the I'm hoping in the next budget those coming, which are primarily tax benefits both to the consumer, to the demand input, and to the developer, people who are constructing, because we've seen overall housing is doing well, but affordable
affordable housing section, there has been a reduction in demand and supply because a lot of those incentives are taken up. The fact is the cost of construction, the cost of land has gone up. The cost of money, the mortgage rates have gone up, the bond rates have gone up. So there has to be some incentive structure put in place which will stimulate demand. On the other hand, I think the budget also mentioned about tourism, mentioned about new airports, also skill development. So there were a lot of positive, I think everything was positive. It's only in the next budget, hopefully I expect that there will be specific steps which will be mentioned, which will really stimulate demand, increase consumption. The bottom line is we have to continue to increase consumption in the economy if we want the economy to keep on going.
the audio? Finally.
फोल्डर नहीं आ रहा है फोल्डर में
There is an excellent report card which the finance minister shared in terms of progress made. There was maybe a concern on many of our parts that given that it's an election year, that there couldn't be more fiscal profligacy. But rather than even just staying with what was committed in terms of the fiscal deficit, we've seen the commitment to reduce from 5.3, which had been earlier committed, to 5.1, which comes obviously on two fronts. One is a firm belief that tax collection, growth, are all supporting the economy and indeed the fiscal budget as we go forward. But on the other, that the government has not needed or desired to hand out anything more than they have done thus far. So there are a few schemes, the schemes on research and development, but most of it is to continue to focus on what we have done and done well. I think what has been mentioned is, of course,
audio check 1 2 3 4 audio check. Am I audible?
Private sector step in to also do the capital expenditure, which has basically been the government's preserve. But interestingly, despite the fisc having been brought down, capex has actually gone up 11.1%. I think it was very tongue-in-cheek of the finance minister to talk about the numbers all in 11s and 1s. But we've seen both an amount increase, growth of 11.1% in the capital expenditure that government will continue on. And infrastructure has been such a big play by this government, executed extremely well. The focus and on logistics, which saw a repeated mention in her speech this morning, including mention of the three economic corridors. So there's new corridors envisaged for movement of basically construction material like cement, minerals, energy. So what we get now is more infrastructure, more world-class infrastructure, commitment to continue with airports, airport expansion, commitment with railways and corridors, which help with logistics.
Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Check. Audio check.
Us as individual citizens and indeed contribute enormously to economic growth.